What is going on, YouTube world? Steve, and we're tonight joined by those back pages, Mr. Eric, a guy I've known, a collector I've known, a friend I've known for about 20 years now, throughout the mediums of forums and message boards, and now YouTube, and continue on Twitter as well. So we'll be delving into some of the recent excitement and fun of the grading card world, especially over the last few months. The last year for sure because of the return times and whatnot. But Eric, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you guys doing?
Be better if there wasn't 6 to 10 inches of snow forecasted for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. I don't like the S word. We call that around here. We call that the devil's poop.
There's a metal roof that overhangs a little bit on the front here. This morning it was about 3 feet of the ice and snow were off, and I'm like, oh, that's coming down to me. It came off, but then behind it there's like an avalanche big nugget, and that I just heard right before I got on here. It popped off too, so that'll be probably what I do after the podcast, and is go out there and shovel before more stuff is ready.
Before more comes, right?
Yeah. So how long have you been collecting, Eric? Just if anybody in here doesn't know.
Well, I mean, you mean that's.
I'll say seriously, die-hard collecting from the point of like, well, I'm not going to pick it up for fun. I'm going to maybe look a little more.
Let me think. My most after my first retirement, my first retirement was in the middle of '98, and then I unretired, Lemieux style, in '05. And it's been hardcore ever since 2005 with the slabs. But I would say hardcore from like 83 until 98. So 15 and 30 years for hardcore collecting, I guess you could say.
And what mainly do you collect?
Yes.
That sounds like a Dave's answer.
Let's see. Now I call it all 5 sports, non-sports, entertainment. And like I said, like I have, I like to call myself the jack of all trades, master of none. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it's a blessing and a curse at the same time, because it's like there's always something. So it's like we were talking before we pushed record, that everything is so expensive now that I'm really into the entertainment stuff right now, just because I feel that that is underpriced in the grand scheme of things. The air quotes underpriced, but I think that I picked up it's still in the mail. That's not a shock to anyone here that's collecting, but I picked up a Breaking Bad set, and I think it was Rittenhouse. They only had one set, and it covered all 5 seasons. So for $20, for the price of a blaster, which you can't even find anymore, I got the Walter White, I got the Heisenberg, Gus, Mike, everybody, all the characters from Breaking Bad. And I'm going to put that right in an album, and I'm going to enjoy it, with my other with my Star Wars cards and wrestling, and have it all nice, like a jambalaya, all in one album, and enjoy flipping through it. Because
I have to ask: is it the newer Star Wars stuff, or do you go all the way back to the '77?
I like the original stuff more. I'm actually, and I think Dave will appreciate this. I'm really, really high on the O-Pee-Chee. O-Pee-Chee Star Wars, I think, is, you have to deal with the Canadians pretty much to get it, but I think and that also applies to baseball as well. Like, from 65 until 92, well, 94, but from 65 to 92, it looked just like tops, but it was made in much less quantity, and condition was crap. I mean, they would cut them with wire, the old joke that the borders were all chopped up. But I think, here we are we're hitting the middle of March 21, and with the state of the way everything is now, I think us as collectors we have a difficult time realizing what we already have. Like, and I know I can only always speak for myself, but it's always like, oh, all right, I won that on eBay. It came in. That's great. All right, now what? Back to eBay now. So we're always on the hunt as collectors. So I think sometimes it's good to stop, appreciate what we already have, because and the other thing I always stress is it's a marathon and not a sprint. I'm sure we all know guys that are coming back after 5, 10, 20 years away, and they full bore, and then they burn out, and then you don't hear from them again. Or they were, oh, everything is so expensive. Well, then you got to focus on something else. You got to take your time, and, I know Dave wants to talk about grading, so I won't monopolize too much, but I can go into that as well if you want. I mean, everyone likes to think they have their own unique opinions on things, but I like to think I do. I'm not particular for the most part.
Well, I know you used to be a big BGS guy.
Yes.
Huge. And then you're more so PSA now.
Yes.
So what was the eventual proverbial straw that broke the camel's back? Because that was quite a while ago, and that was more so, I think, during your prospecting days. I won't say before YouTube, but before you were making a lot of like content on YouTube or videos on here.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because I did have a YouTube channel back in the.
Hey, Eric, hold that thought. Dave is missing something that is most important, so I have to call Dave out real quick.
Okay.
Our sponsors, Bud Light.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
Sorry, Dave has a tendency to just go with things, and if I don't interrupt him.
That's why my videos are usually 25, 35 minutes, hours long.
That's okay. So, Eric, go ahead, continue, and elaborate on what the question that Dave alluded to, because I am interested to hear your reasoning, though, too, for something like that, too.
As far as why I switched over?
Yeah, where your main focus went from the BGS to the PSA.
When I came back in 2005, I had a brief window where I was buying stuff in 2003, very brief.
Mm-hmm.
And, let me just really quick Cliff Notes why grading.
Mm-hmm.
So I came back, I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm not going to name any names. I like Player X, okay? We'll just keep it generic. So I would go on eBay and I would buy a bunch of Player X rookies. The eBay seller would, oh yeah, it's mint, looks great, would come in. It would have, a dinged corner or, a crease in it or something. It wasn't mint, in standard mint, as like when we were kids, mint.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy would be like, all right, just send it back. Now, we're talking $3, $4 cards here. We're not talking bangers here.
Yeah.
But it kept happening over and over again. And it got to the point, I want the card. All right, I get my money back, whatever, $4. But I don't have the card now. Now I got to try again. It's like, man, this is frustrating. Do that multiple times. Now, remember when I left the first time, grading was expensive. In the late 90s, grading was like PSA was ruled the roost, and BGS was just coming out of the gate, I think. But PSA was expensive, even for like 8s, 9s. They were expensive. You're talking 3 figures for them. Over $100. It was a very high man's game. So I didn't know by the time, late 98 to 2005, the grading market collapsed somewhere in between, somewhere during that time I was away. So I came back and I saw, it's like, all right, well, let me look at gradings. I don't know what it made me think, but I looked at grading and I looked at 9s.
Mm-hmm.
And I started comparing, and I always recommend to somebody who's getting back in, no matter how long you've been in or away, you do your research, you do your legwork, you do your homework. Like Bob Dylan said, I'll know my song well before I start singing. So that type of thing. So I started doing the legwork, and I was like, all right, this is interesting. And I always use this as an example, like the Griffey Upper Deck Rookie. Now remember, this is 2005.
Mm-hmm.
PSA 9s were in the $50 area. PSA 10s were in the $200 area. Now I would look at these images, and I couldn't really, other than the centering, you can't really differentiate between a 9 and a 10. So do I want to spend $200 and buy the 10, or spend $50, buy the 9 for the collection, and then use the other $150 for something else that I may want? So what I wound up doing is buying the 9, and then I used the $150 on a Ricky Henderson 9, because at the time Ricky Henderson 9s were $150.
Mm-hmm.
So for the price of the Griffey, I was able to get the Henderson and the Griffey. Now, obviously, now everything is 10. Like the 10 Griffey is a lot of money, but so is the Henderson and the 9. So I think at the end of the day, it all washes out. So that was a positive experience for me for getting graded cards. And it was a PSA 9 for both of those that I bought. And then that's when I really started getting involved with BMB, with Beckett Message Board. And, I guess I was fairly easily influenced, and everyone was doing prospects. 05 draft was out, Zimmerman and everybody, Tulowitzki and Jay Bruce and McCutcheon and, the laundry list names of people. I was like, all right, this looks cool. So I started doing research on that, and I noticed that BGS was ruling the roost for Bowman Chrome prospects, young guys. ESA was for the veterans and the Hall of Famers, and then BGS was for the new guys and the shiny. So that's how I started following BGS in BGS 9, not 9.5, because I use the same logic with 9 versus 10, or as 9 versus 9.5 as BGS goes, because again, people that are watching now, BGS 10s in the beginning, they literally didn't exist, I don't think. But if they did, you never saw one. It was like a unicorn, probably 1 in 10,000 cards would come back at 10. It wasn't like you see these young bucks now. It's like, oh man, I submitted 50 cards to BGS and I didn't get any 10s. Then they're disappointed. They're like angry. They didn't get any 10s. Man, that's, one of my first personal submissions was a bunch of, I don't remember what else was in it, but one card was in it was a pack pulled Crosby Young Guns that I pulled, and it came back a 9. And since I was collecting 9s, I was very happy. So then the problem I had was that finding them was difficult. Like, because BGS 9s were kind of looked down upon. Like, oh, that's only a 9. And, you know, you had the situation where the guys that were getting, like, I've always been a big fan of buying it already graded, of letting someone else do the work. And I buy their mistake because it's only a 9. So I save money that way. But the problem I was having was finding, you know, and this was like 06 was pretty much heavy prospecting and stuff for me, you know, the Billy Rolls and the Christian Moreros and, you know, that Travis Schneider, who I think actually just finally retired, but stuff like that. But it was really difficult to find 9s because what would happen was the guys that got better at like people that would sell slabs got better at self-grading, they wouldn't bother. Like, if this is going to get a 9, why would I bother sending it in? This is back, you remember, this was back 15 years ago now. So,
yeah,
you know, they wouldn't do it. So it's like, all right, well, now, you know, I'm not going to sub myself. I want to buy already slab. And, you know, I have no proof of this, and Dave might remember, but I have no proof of this, but it was right around, I want to say 2012, that I started using the term true gem. I think it was around 2012. Like, I started coming out like, and it was right around that time that, you know, if you guys remember, that eBay started using thumbnails. Before they used the thumb, like everybody, you look at eBay, you see on the left-hand side is all the tiny pictures for thumbnails. Before, you know, that wasn't always the case with eBay. You'd have to click the link, look at the picture. But when they started using the thumbnails, you could see BGS 9.5s, and you could see if one of the subgrades was a 9. Like, you could see the little, that little number is shorter than the other 3. So I started like, I got to have true gems. I can't have a BGS slab with a 9 subgrade, because to me that's like a fake. Like, you can't have a gem mint card with a mint subgrade. So I was able to like quickly look through eBay and eliminate, like, I don't even need to look at that listing because you can see there's a 9 subgrade. So move on to the next. Now, it was right around 2008 that, yeah, it was 2008. The end of 2007? When did Brian Gray started Razor?
that would have been 08. 08 was the Razor first year.
Was it 08 when he signed all the prospects to exclusive autos?
Tim Melville and
right, and Hayward and Laporta and all those guys you couldn't get in Bowman Draft autos, because I was collecting the autos of the hitters in BGS 9s. So in 2008, I'm like, man, F this. I'm done with prospects. I'm done. Now, of course, we all know who came along in 2009. So I've never owned that one. But the way I look at it is I didn't waste money on every other one, because I wasn't being super selective. I was on some guys like Freeman, but for the most part, if you get everybody, you're covered. Like, you can't lose if you have every prospect hitting auto. Somebody's gonna pop off. It's the nature of like I always say, like, prospecting now, all you need is an internet connection and Google. You don't, and the checklist. Topps gives you the checklist. You can watch now in 2021. You can watch video on all these prospects now. You can look at scouting reports and watch them take BP. And it's not rocket science. Oh, you know, this guy's going to be awesome. I'm going to hoard this guy. That was a thing 15 years ago, but it's not anymore. So, you know, anyone with a Google account and the Topps checklist that they give you, you can just Google every name on the checklist. Oh, this guy, he sucks. This guy's good. it's not, that's taken that aspect out of it. But anyway, so it's like, F this, I'm done. The last prospect I bought, I spent $90 on a BGS 9 2008 refractor Jesus Montero. That was the last prospect I intentionally bought. And that's probably worth about $3 now. That's the way it goes.
Mm-hmm.
But it weaned me off that. So then I started looking at more Hall of Famers, like Eddie Murray's and Schmidt and stuff like that. I started looking at those guys. I started picking them up. And then I started looking at the younger guys who were actually already in the majors.
Mm-hmm.
It was right around 2014. And that's when I got all my Trout stuff in 2014. And I was doing True Gems. And it was right around 2014 where I can't pin it down why, but I really started to I started hanging out more on the, I guess this is why. I started hanging more on the Collectors Universe message board and talking with other, that's a very heavily biased PSA message board. It's still there now. And that got me more into it's almost like a, PSA is like a fraternity almost. Once you get into it, you get really into it. You get, you can do the registries, you can do a bunch of other stuff. But what I wound up doing is in 2014, I started crossing my stuff over. Like I would take my True Gem Trouts and say, hey, I would do the PSA membership, and that would get you, at the time, you would get 15 vouchers.
Mm-hmm.
To use however you want. So you could use one voucher for a crossover attempt. So it's like, all right, I'm going to use my, I had between 2014, 2016, I crossed over all but one of my Trouts. I have the draft paper. It's overgraded by BGS. It's not Gem Mint. So I kept that. I mean, it was $50. It's not, I pretty much would, when I was doing that, I would set like a 50, maybe. I think the most I ever spent on a Trout was $80 on the cognac. I think it was the cognac True Gem was $80. So I crossed those over, and I went, and it was right around that, after having that with the Trouts. It's like, this makes sense. So I would intentionally, like, I would go on to buy like a Kobe Topps Chrome rookie True Gem, cross that over. A LeBron True Gem Topps Chrome, cross that over. And again, from 2014 to 2016, nobody cared.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a big deal. The price difference between a PSA 10 and a BGS 9.5 was minimal. It was, $50 one way or the other. It wasn't what it is today. So it was no problem. PSA didn't have a problem with it. Like I think one or two cards didn't, like that, the Trout paper draft, and one other card sticks out, like Andrew Luck Elite, I think, did not cross over. But pretty much anything out, like a Durant Topps Chrome, no problem. All this stuff crossed over so easily, no problem. So, and then I was full, I don't want to say full bore, but very much PSA from then forward, then onward.
Mm-hmm.
And I will still, I still, when I search for stuff, I still search for all three. Like all three companies, I just put them all in parentheses on the engine, the search engine, to see what comes up. Because, I'm big on, right now, as far as sports go, I think Kobe is still low. And not rookie stuff. I'm not talking about rookie stuff. I'm talking about non-rookie stuff, especially Upper Deck stuff. People need to stop and realize that Upper Deck hasn't made an NBA basketball guard in 12 years. So we haven't had a Michael Jordan Upper Deck, haven't had a Michael Jordan NBA card in 12 years, and that's not going to change. You know, he's never. I'd never say never, but if he's ever on a Panini card, I'd be extremely shocked, intentionally.
I was going to say, in his contract, though, lifetime for Upper Deck, though?
Yeah, well, I think he owns most of the company, or at least a chunk of Upper Deck anyway. So him and LeBron, you know, they're UD guys.
Yep.
But, and, you know, and that's, you know, that's the Cliff Notes version of, and I've just marched forward, just like I love rookie cards, you know, from all the sports. I love rookie cards. Are there ones I'd love to have? Of course. I mean, there's, you know, when you've collected long enough, you know you're never finished.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's always going to be, well, okay, you've got all that, you know, all right, but you don't have this, you know, and I think a lot of that, yeah, see, doesn't seem like 12 years, but it's 2009. The 9-10 season was the last, you know, the last Topps Upper Deck, and that was when Panini started in 09. So
yeah, I think all of us can relate. At least, no matter what sports you focus on or what sports you collect, or if you collect multiple, you know, the fact that Panini has cornered the market really has been more of a detriment. I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah, I agree with you. Monopolies as a whole are not. I mean, it's good and it's not good at the same time, because you see, I don't know, Dave does all the sports. I don't know about you, Steve, but you see a lot in the basketball world, a lot of people complaining like, oh my God, they made Hoops Premium. It came out this year. The season was already over when it came out. They're just doing this to capitalize on Zion and Morant. Yeah, you're damn right they are. Like, these people don't realize, and I was not collecting in 2003, but I've gone back and learned about it. Upper Deck, all these companies, they made lines just to sell LeBron rookie.
Mm-hmm.
Just to sell LeBron, they like Standing Ovation and all these other weird, you know, one and done lines that never were seen again, just to sell product. You know, that people think like, oh, there's too many now. Like, they forget 2005, before Topps took over baseball. Does anyone remember, like, Donruss and Clear were cranking out the sets left and right? I mean, it was, you know, hardball. You know, the whole set was shaped as round as a baseball. You know, I mean, they were just, you know, and then forget about it. And then when Donruss learned they were done, what was it? Was it the Absolute Update? I think it was 2005 Absolute Update, Donruss Absolute Update. They just all, like, it was loaded because they took everything they had left and just they chopped up the rest of the Ruth jersey, and they just loaded the product because, hey, we're done. You know, Donruss is like, we can't make baseball anymore. Why are we going to keep this shit? Just put it all in there, and that's what they did. I think George Brett's on the package.
Yeah, there was, it's one of those in which my memory is not the best, but, you know, 04, 05 in that time frame, which you kind of alluded to. I know that there was one specific baseball product. Back in my early YouTube days, I had an opportunity to sell boxes from my local card shop. He had closed down the shop and moved to an office space, and he needed an avenue to sell boxes. So he reached out to me and was like, hey, do you think you can pitch this to a larger audience and go 10% lower than any price point you can find on the internet, excluding eBay? So any listed price from, you know, any sports card shop, it doesn't matter, but anything outside of eBay. And I can't remember the name of it, but it was a Donruss product. And
probably Absolute.
It was not Absolute. I remember that. But there was
Threads or timeless tribute.
It's something. It's a combination of those names. But one individual, I only had the one box, and obviously he did his research. because the 4 hits in that box were like through the roof.
Right.
They weren't all huge names, but one of the patches was Mariani, I think, and it was bulging out of the card. And then, of course, he hit the Babe Ruth dual bat.
Oh, wow.
And at the time, that was a $300 card.
Right.
Granted, it was numbered to 100,
right.
which is a lot from a serial number perspective, but still.
If you look at all those, like, was it 2001, like the Jackie auto, the Jackie cut autos, they put like 1,000 in the product. You know, it's crazy.
Marty Marion, that was the pass.
Yeah, that's who it was. Thank you.
I still remember that night on Blog TV watching that and being like, holy shit, the Marty Marion where it's basically the Cardinals head where it's the red, yellow, and black.
Oh, yeah, it was a beautiful card. And it was bulging out of that card.
Then the Babe Ruth, it's just like that. That's not even frosting or sprinkles on the cake. That's like a whole truck of cakes you got in whatever it was for the box. It was over maybe about 100, 100 and a quarter, if that, or maybe.
Oh yeah, it was it was cheap. I'll have to see if I can find the video. I'll post it in the chat.
Because it was I vividly remember that because I had thought about, man, that would be a box to bust because it has all those Hall of Famers and legends in there, and now that's over the last 5-6 years. That's what I've looked for mostly for me collecting. It's stuff that I should have been collecting 15, 20 years ago.
Right. Well, we can all say that about some stuff. I mean,
I needed those Josh Johnson, the 12th copy of the SPA auto, though.
That's right.
I couldn't go without. So what do you think about the price hike by PSA? They just came out, I think, last Monday. Announced their...
I think it makes sense. I mean, you know, depending on who you believe and what you believe, that you have to, like, what did I'm fortunate enough to know a lot of people. But I heard something that was very interesting, that between January and February, PSA received 2 million cards to grade. And was it half of them were $50 or under? So, you know, this price increase is dramatic, of course. Now, people are going to bitch and moan because that's what we do. People bitch and moan no matter what it is. But there has to be some, and I think they're trying to find, like, what is the limit? Like how much, you know, Wander Franco, you know, paper Bowmans are you going to send in if you're going to be paying, you know, $40, $50 a piece to get graded? There's got to be some kind of cutoff. Like they're swamped. PSA is swamped. They have, and this is last week's information, and honestly, cards now, guys, are like computers. A week is like a year. I mean, no, as of last week, I know a guy who works at PSA, and he was telling me they're 8 million behind. You know, they have 8 million cards in the queue to grade and slap. So, you know, this price increase should alleviate some of that, you would think. Now, you see these people like, oh, F this, I'm done with them. Okay, they're not going to miss you. You know, unless, like, maybe if 4 Sharp Corner says we're done, or some, you know, one of the, you know, it's spending a couple 100,000 cards a month. But for the most part, they're not going to miss any of us if we said, oh, we're done with that.
No.
And then you've got the other, like, you saw it, you know, a year ago, not quite a year ago, when the whole pandemic started. SGC is like, oh, we're still open.
Yeah.
We're still open. We're cheap. We're open. Send your cards to us, you know, tuxedos and all that other stuff. Well, you know, they got flooded and they couldn't handle it. And now last I heard, they're not even letting people sending stuff in now. They're not even taking submissions. And then you've got, HGA is the new company, and they've got the fancy multicolor flips, and again, it's tough to be a new kid on the block and try to break into this. And, we don't know what's going to happen with them, but if I had to bet, they're not going to make it, and I always mess. CGC's card version is, I can't, the three letters are escaping me, but CGC, the comic company, they've started, what is it?
CSG?
Yes, thank you. CSG is they're famous for being CGC, which is the card in the comic book. They're CGC has always been the PSA of comics.
Mm-hmm.
And so CSG has, they're just getting off the ground now. And, a lot of people are poking fun at their flips, that they've got a lot of space on it. But of any of the new companies, I would give them the best chance, because they've got, CGC, and they're NGS. What is the coin? They're like they have like the number 2 coin company as well. And, they're not new to this. Like these SGA guys are brand new. Like they're doing artificial intelligent trading and all this other stuff. And, they made a nice flip for a Pat Tillman downtown insert, and that, that's nice of them, and it, gives them positive publicity. But then I saw today that, they're swamped too, so they're going to be limiting people to 5 cards. You're not allowed to submit more than 5. It's like, it's really hard to make a name for yourself if you're really limiting. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but again, and anyone who's new to grading. All right, let me go on. Sorry, I'm talking so much, but
that's all right.
Here's my thoughts on grading. Okay. How I said player X, I got tired of it, and then that led me to do research and get into the grading. Now, grading is not 100%. It's not flawless. It's not without its faults. It's not for everyone. That's okay. Oh, Eddie's here.
What's up, guys?
I'm leaving.
Oh. So the way I like to describe it to people that are either new to it or not into it, grading is a vessel to get the card from. We live in the internet age now. Everything is online for the most part. To get the card from the seller to the buyer. Now, let's say, Eddie's got a 2018 Bryce Hoskins Topps rookie that he's selling, and I want to buy one. Ed's job is to get the most money for his card. Now, Eddie's a great guy, but let's just say I don't know Eddie. So it would be, it would be in Eddie's best interest to take photographs of his card, of his Hoskins, just using that for example, in the best possible angle to make it look the best that it does, that it can on eBay. And I look at it and, oh, that looks good, I'll buy that. And then he takes the money, he sends me the card, I get the card. It's not in the shape that that he stated, and I'm not happy, so I return it.
Mm.
And we go through that process again. Now, the grading is theoretically a third-party opinion on the card.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whatever grading company you go with, you know, if PSA says we classified, to us this is a gem mint card, they put a 10 on it. Gem mint 10. So I know for the most part what I'm getting in the mail when it arrives. Now, sometimes I'll agree with that. Sometimes we've all got over and under graded cards. That's just the way it works. Because it is done by humans that make mistakes. But for the most part, you know what you're getting in the mail. And to me, that's a big peace of mind when I'm spending, you know, whatever the card may be, whatever the collectible may cost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you do these things long enough, you start to learn how to play the game, how to use which each grading companies their what they do and do not look at to your advantage. Now, back in my true gem phase, after that ended, I really got away from the gem and stuff. I didn't need the perfect card anymore. I started to look more at value again. And there was a time there before the pandemic that, you know, the 10 price versus the 9 price would be, you would be able, for the most part, you would be able to get 9s for 20% of the price of a 10.
Mm-hmm.
If not cheaper. 5-to-1 ratio.
I was going to say, or cheaper during that
cheaper.
time.
And when you saw these two, other than centering, you're really not going to the naked eye, especially at arm's length, you're not going to really tell the difference.
Mm-hmm.
But in the price point, man, now again, you know, what is it? The victors go the spoils. And all right, if you're investing, you want the 10 because you look at the price jump for that. But if you're collecting, you want to be collecting for a long time, and you want to get all these things, you know, everybody has their own personal hobby budget.
Mm-hmm.
And as collectors, it's our job to stretch the hobby budget as much as possible. At least that's always been my thought. So I am the type of collector that once I get something and I have it in my collection, I march on to the next thing. I don't really look like, oh, that's going for that now. You know, I don't, because I already have what I want. I'm not concerned. Like, I'm not totally oblivious, but for the most part, I tend to think when I you know, on my channel, when I'm showing a card, in my head it's what I paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I show my PSA 9 rookie, to me it's $150 card because that's what I paid for it. You know, again, that was 16 years ago, so obviously it's not that price anymore. But I have that mindset that it's what I paid for. So I don't, and a lot of people find this hard to believe, but for me, when I'm looking at eBay cards and stuff, $100 is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't just hit the buy it now. Oh, it's $100. Boom. I have to think, do I really want to own this? It's $100. You know, but I've got all types of friends. Like they'll see a 5-figure card. Oh, that's too low. They'll just hit the buy. Oh, that's too low, and then they'll worry about paying for it later. But
that's cryptogrist mentality.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, but
YOLO.
You know, yes, YOLO is right. But you know, that's just my thought process on collecting. It's like it's always something to hunt. It's always fun. And I think a lot, like what I see a lot of the new people that are, you know, either new sneakerheads, whatever you want to call them, you know, there's room for everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we don't need gatekeepers. You know, I have a lot of friends that bitch and moan the prices are too high. Well, you know what? I wanted to buy Player Z's rookie, and I didn't buy him. Oh, for frick's sake, you had 12 years to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's too expensive. Well, then buy something else. You know, you don't have anyone to blame for yourself. Like the one thing I told people for a dozen years, buy an Aaron rookie.
Yep.
There's no wrong time to buy an Aaron rookie. And then he passes away and it goes, oh, I should have bought one. Yeah, you should have. You know, it's not rocket science. I mean, it's, you know, but I see a lot of people, and what the point I was trying to get at was that the biggest thing that you're going to get out of this, if you do this long enough, are the friendships, are the people you meet, the people you talk to, right? I mean, it's awesome to have all these great cards, but they're just cards. You know, at the end of the day, they're just cards. They're not, you know, they're not. For a lot of, I guess I can't speak for everyone, but a lot of the cards have memories tied to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you hear, you know, depending on when you started collecting, you hear a certain card, you see a certain card, it brings you to a place. You know, it takes you to a place that you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Like 87 Tops is, you know, I was, well, technically I think when did we get 87 Tops? I think it was Thanksgiving of 86. So I was 15. You know, we used to, because I grew up in New York City. So some of the older guys would take the truck and drive over to Philly, drive over to Pennsylvania, and buy, you know, the Topps flagship way early, and then drive the truck back to the city and sell it. So
Buy it by the pallet.
Yes, pretty much. But it's the memories, it's you know, the friendships you make, and again, you're not going to get along with everybody. That's just the nature of life.
This is true.
It's true.
I mean, you're going to meet a lot. In my opinion, you're going to meet a lot more people that you do like than you don't like.
I think that's fair in the scheme of things. And Dave and I have talked about this before.
Yeah.
Dave and I don't have the same friends. There's some people that, you know, I'm friends with that Dave's not a fan of, and there's people that Dave is friends with that I'm not a fan of. It's the nature of the business. We're not all going to like the same people, but
right.
Like you said, Eric, it's a valid concept to think that the higher percentage of people you come across, you have the common ground from a card collecting perspective. So typically you can find some sort of common ground and maintain some sort of relationship. You're not looking specifically to become, you know, besties, so to speak.
Right.
But, you know, I have a lot of people that I've come across over the years that I consider really good friends.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, it's not just the cards. It's also life.
Right.
And you know, Dave closes it every episode the same way. And, you know, the cards are great, but, you know, if all of this was gone tomorrow, I don't care. I still have my friends. I still have the people that I've met. And
especially now with the prices and everything.
Yep. And, you know, it's from, I'm going to circle back to grading just for a second, just for the simple fact that, you know, I've never graded stuff myself. You know, what are you thumbs down in there, Ed? By the way,
GMA. Oh my GMA. Don't rile up the GMA fanboys, Micah. Come on, we don't need that type of heat on this video.
So on a side note, go ahead and hit up that thumbs up. Helps us out a lot. But you know, because of the recent hype in the hobby and, you know, record highs and, you know, so many things, this is a fantastic time for us collectors to actually be in the hobby. If you want to basically have your hobby be self-sustaining, what better time than now? Whether that be your personal, like stuff that you have in your collection that, you know, it's one of those that, yeah, it's nice to have, but I really don't care.
Right.
You know, take advantage of the, you know, some of the recent sales and things along those lines. But on the flip side, you know, I have cards that I want to send out to get graded. And it's fine if I wait 12, 18 months because for these cards, I don't think the market's going to shrink enough to where it's going to make a big difference. These are Kobe rookies. It's not like, to me, Kobe is only going to go up in value.
I agree 100%.
So it's one of those in which I don't care if it takes 18 months. I don't care if it takes 2 years. To be honest,
the book is closed on Kobe now. So.
Yep, and that's the thing. And it's only once he makes the Hall of Fame, it's only going to spark the interest even more. So I just see his stuff consistently. I mean, just slowly, you know, going up. So
I agree. It already has.
Oh, it has. Oh, I've watched it.
I am almost officially priced out of PSA 7s now.
On Chrome?
No, on metal and on hoops.
Oh,
like even I'm talking like the mid to low end stuff is just. I've watched it over the last 2 months, just slowly.
Yep. I mean, what I found interesting, and you know, I don't usually monitor the market by any stretch of the imagination, but in this case, I do have a vested interest.
Sure.
I do have 3 tops, Kobe Bryant rookies.
Nice.
And I have 8 or 10 Skybox Premium. And I have the Gold Bar 96-97 top set. Stupid me, I opened it, but I didn't do anything else with it other than take the cellophane off like a moron, which I normally don't ever do. But it's never seen the light of day. I've never opened it to where I've looked at the cards. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's just as good as You're probably right. I should, but you know, I can keep that as, you know, part of my collection to be able to pass it on to my kids, because that's ultimately what I'm doing this for. But I was watching 8s, 9s, 10s, and raw for just the 96-97 tops. And let me tell you, the raw copies have been on a like super roller coaster. I mean, if it was a legit roller coaster, you want to talk about one hell of ups and downs.
Yeah.
There were raw copies that were selling for damn near $1,000.
Right. Depending on how it looked. Right.
Exactly. From a centering perspective.
Right.
You know, that's what most people were looking at. And I have to say, here, I'll even show them. One of them is a little bit more off, but it's these two. These two are almost 50-50.
Nice.
And they're super clean. But, you know, 10s are nearing that $10,000 mark.
That's a card you have to get graded, I feel like.
Oh, and it is.
You have to get graded.
Yep, and I will, 100%. $1 million, Mike. $1 million to the Patreon account. That doesn't exist.
Nice.
But I want to give myself a pat on the back. Not really, it was all me. But so some of you know, some of you don't. My birthday was on Sunday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Eric. I turned 42.
Ooh,
that's it.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that's it. I know I look like I'm 62, but so I bought a Walgreens. So I'm a smoker, guys. Most of you all know that. Eric, you got to experience it, of course, but everybody else who, you know, is on comes on the show and is here every week knows I'm a smoker. I don't buy it by the carton, so I go to Walgreens every day to buy cigarettes. And so I always pass by the toys and section to see if they've got cards. And they had one single hanger of 2021 Top Series 1. And I'm like,
yellows in it.
It does. And so I'll show the other yellows. I feel like I did pretty good. considering.
Well, you paid retail, so you already did pretty good.
Yes, I did not pay more than what I should have. So here's the yellows, and I hate the print on these, but there's Colton Wong.
Yeah, the font should be smaller, I think.
Yeah, because my eyes are going bad. Danny Santana for the Rangers.
It's easier to read the back, actually.
That's what I'm doing. And then the rest were rookies, which I thought was kind of cool. Humberto Mejia. I guess I need to hold it this way for Arizona. Nick Neidhart, pitcher for the Marlins.
Oh, boy.
And then Isaac Paredes.
Okay.
And then I'll show the last one here in a second, but I also pulled a short print variation of Javier Baez out of this box.
Nice.
So I'll come back to this here in a minute, but this was the winner. Pachi.
Pachi yellow. Nice. Yeah. I would sell that.
I'm planning on it.
Yeah.
I'm planning on it. So that's on the to-do list for this week.
Yeah, definitely move that because I don't see it in the hobby. I just don't see it. I mean, the hobby barely cares about Albies, so you want them to care about this guy.
Yep. But what's interesting about this one, and I had a feeling this was an SP when I opened the pack because it was upside down, which is a good indicator. Not that that's always the case, but, it was like, So I started looking at this one. What's interesting is if you look at eBay sold listings, there is another variation for Javier Baez, and most of them have it listed as an SSP. This one, however, is listed as an SP. What's interesting is there is like 5 times less of these
than the other one.
So help me understand how the other one is an SSP, but this one is only an SP.
Well, is that true, or is that what the?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to go by the number on the back. You have to get the magnifying glass out for that.
Yeah, because like I can't read any of that.
And then you have to like either go to I think was a Cardboard Connection or Beckett has a they tell you. I think actually Beckett will show you like the short print and the super short print because I don't know offhand which it is.
Well, because I remember hearing from other people that it was the code thing previously.
Right.
And I was sitting there going, okay, so does this thing have a code? And if it does, how in the hell are you supposed to read this?
Even the base cards have codes.
Do they?
It's that minuscule little number on the bottom. And the codes change depending on, with the short print, super short print. At least with Heritage, they started putting it on the back. I think in last year or the year prior, they started putting it on the back. I know last year's, if you look at the 2020 Heritage, like actions and color swaps and all that other crap, it says it on the back over the photo.
Gotcha.
Started doing that. But yeah, the internet is going to really help you on that one.
Well, and like I said, it was early investigation through eBay, and I'm going,
right.
That's interesting to me.
Well,
and it could be.
You got to remember, like I said before, the seller's job is to get the most money possible. Oh, this is a super short print. Yeah.
Of course. Yep.
Hopefully they're hoping that somebody. Oh, look, they priced this too low. I'm gonna hit.
So it's not super crazy like it was here in the store.
That type of thing. So.
Y'all have to do the research.
No.
Yep.
We literally.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing anything with that one until I knew for sure where it was and to be able to list it properly.
Right.
Because I hate to do things. I don't like to list things wrong.
We never lost.
So.
That was one of the good things Panini did with the Unparalleled or whatever it is that they actually put like the Galactic or whatever on the back because it's like you look at the front,
Revolution.
Yeah, Revolution. You know something's different, but you don't know Astro Galactic. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, they started doing that in the second year.
So that's, I'll give them kudos for that, because again, when you don't
Milk jugs and coffee
you don't
containers
know what, so
to make sure.
So then why doesn't Panini do something for the prestige short prints? The only way you know is
Right.
basically by either opening the product and or looking for those individuals that have figured it out
Right.
and list them as a short print.
Yeah. Well.
And most of those don't sell for crap unless it's the early release and people wanting to complete a set.
Right.
Because they don't. You have one or two higher draft players that may be a short print, but typically it's like low guys that you're going who.
Right. Yeah. It's almost like you do that on purpose.
Yep.
Well, fellas, I gotta take this. I gotta make a phone call here. So I want to thank you for having me on. This was a bunch of fun, and I'm glad Eddie's here. He can carry the ball the rest of the game.
It was good to have you, Eric.
Yes.
We'll get back on at some point.
Yeah, we'll get back on again soon. So,
You've got your feedback to this type of podcast where,
Yeah.
Not all analytics are just like focused on stuff. We go off the rails here quite a bit.
nothing wrong with that. But
My MO, and I've brought it with Steve, and we're just bringing it to the hobby community, and
all right.
good little following. So glad to have you on, and
Yeah.
you're welcome
Glad
back
to
in.
be here, guys. So stay safe and have the great rest of the show.
Have a good one, Eric.
Take care, man.
So far, unless something happens.
So now that we got Ed, before we get back to grading Mr. Crypto Griff, we need to wait a little bit longer, maybe let some of the young ones go to bed before you drop the profanity on all the changes in the grading, because we already know what you think and you feel, but we'll give you the opportunity to just let it rip.
I think I'm pretty calm, cool, and collective about it. I let it sink in for a couple days. I let it simmer, let it marinate a little bit. I think I'm over it now.
I guess.
So,
I'm going to be honest with you guys. It makes sense. And that's one thing I can always appreciate out of Carlos when he discusses a lot of these topics. He brings up certain things that not everybody has a tendency to think about. So you walk away with more to think about, looking at different perspectives. And to a certain degree, I completely agree. The reason why they upped the prices is they were too damn cheap. Hence the reason why people were freaking flooding them.
I was more agitated over SGC's price raise than PSA's price raise. That just really irritated me. The PSAs I understood. SGC, their price raise just really, really annoyed me. They haven't taken bulk subs in like close to 3 months because they wanted to eliminate their backlog, which they did. They eradicated their backlog, but now they bumped it to 25 per card to keep up with their quick turnaround times. And they do have quick turnaround times now. So if you send to SGC, you're going to get your cards back relatively quickly because they don't have a backlog. They 86'd it. They got rid of it. But it's just annoying that their customer base was understanding while they were not taking bulk orders. And then as soon as they start taking bulk orders again, they raised the price. So that pissed me off. That got me mad.
Well, they didn't want to be the cheap dog in the fight either. And
the cheapest would still be CGC. I think they're $8 economy bulk, so they would still be the cheapest.
But that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
For that.
Since SGC is top 3, are considered one of the top 3s, they don't want to be cheaper than PSA or too cheap between the other two. I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose. Let's be realistic. This is business. I will say, I do like the color matching on the HGA. Not that I think it's going to see market share for quite a few years. I will give them also credit. They've been pretty responsive with their screw ups. They've lost a lot of money having to redo stuff because of human error, and it's a learning curve. I'll give them credit. But if I wanted to send like stuff of mine for like the Terrell Davis collection, and I just wanted it preserved, type situation, I'd use HGA just because the color complements to me adds a different level of collectability. But is it going to stick? Who knows? They better get their mistakes in check real fast, or it's going to hurt them long term, even with the transparency and everything else along those lines, and the fact that they are fixing it. But I think it's going to hurt them long term if they're not careful. That's my opinion, though.
I think the president of SGC must be a wrestling fan, because when he came out with that letter, he fucking must have thought everybody's going to forget what he said last April when everybody was swamped, and you say,
exactly,
hey,
exactly,
we're ready, bring it on. And then within a month, you're like, you guys can stop sending now.
That's what leads to the frustration. That's why it's frustrating.
Yeah.
Because they essentially, let's be real, they talk shit. SGC talked a lot of shit. They were like, send us your cards, we're open. They had a whole social media campaign which was centered around talking shit. And they got absolutely flooded. They got 10x the amount of cards because the demand was just through the roof. The demand for third-party grading, every major company has underestimated that demand, and SGC got walloped. A lot of people were one and done orders with them. I stayed with them. I was like, I'm going to keep sending them my cards because I understand patience and waiting is part of sending your cards in to get graded. So that's fine with me. I don't mind. What irritated me was when they completely stopped taking orders for 3 to 4 months. And they said, hold up, let us kill the backlog. And then we're going to institute, once we get rid of the backlog, we're going to take orders again. So people are like, okay, cool. So people were probably waiting. And then as soon as they cleared the backlog, they're like, you know what? We're going to raise the prices now to $25. And I don't mind if they would have raised the price a little bit, like a gradual raise. But the fact that they raised it to as high as it is when the secondary value is not necessarily there for ultra modern and modern cards, that irritates me. I would not have minded if they would have raised it maybe like 20 or 25%. But they raised it, I think, like, I want to say like 50 or 60%.
Yeah, 25 for a card under $100.
Yeah, and in my opinion, I viewed it as they had, after PSA made their announcement, I viewed it as SGC had a good opportunity to corner more ultra modern and modern, because SGC, I mean, all three of us probably know, and anyone that watching, they're known for pre-war and they're known for vintage. That's like their specialty. They're not really known for modern and ultra modern. So I saw this as an opportunity with PSA raising their prices for them to get more modern in their slabs, get more ultra modern in their slabs, become more seen in that particular market. But now, you know, I don't think your average person is not going to send, in my opinion, is not going to send modern and ultra modern to SGC because, one, it's the same price as PSA, and two, the value just isn't there for modern and ultra modern in an SGC compared to a PSA slab. It's not there yet. So your flippers, your speculators, they're just going to just bite the bullet and wait for PSA to grade their shit. So that's why with the price increase for SGC, I was like, come on, guys. Like, you should have just waited a little more. Like, if you want to do a price increase, I get it, but wait. Don't do it right after PSA. Like, try to get more modern and ultra modern in your slabs. Because when you search, like, if I do like a one, like, if I type in Juan Soto SGC on eBay or Ronald Acuna SGC on eBay or Luca SGC on eBay, there's not too much that comes up compared to PSA or compared to Beckett. So you need to get more of these cards in your slabs. And now that the price point's the same, I just don't see that happening.
There's the chart.
Yeah, get that chart in there.
That's what's going to happen. Just out of curiosity, and this is, do you think though? Well, I'm just going to throw this out there. Me personally, I have a feeling that PSA is they'll up prices yet again.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
And then what'll happen is, my guess would be, it would then stabilize to what the prices are now. And that's going to be the going rate moving forward. I don't think it will ever get to where it was before. It doesn't make business sense because all that's going to do is create the same scenario as what they've been dealing with. But I could see them upping them again in the short term and then kind of course correcting potentially back to what they are now. Or maybe a slight titch higher. But, obviously, and, going back to what Carlos has said, that they were too cheap. And when you're too cheap, people are going to send in a shit ton of stuff. And it's not good business. No matter how you look at it, too much of a backlog is not good business. You want you want backlog. Let's be real. You want that money in the bank because that's future revenue. That's how you can do all your financials and all the what's the word I'm looking for? Future revenues,
future income. Yeah, future income.
All
future
that.
revenue.
I mean, you want that to be somewhat consistent. And they're trying to figure out what that level is, which is why, and I know I'm not the only one who has said this, that we're probably going to see another price increase again at some point.
You're probably right with PSA. You definitely will probably see an increase in the future because I really kind of don't want to, but PSA for you, let me roll back a little bit. PSA has had a backlog issue since probably the end around 2017, starting in 2018. It was always around like 1 million to 2 million card backlog. So obviously that's a while ago. That didn't happen overnight, and it has gotten to such a chaotic and unmanageable level. I think the current backlog is 10.5 million. And that it went higher after the price spike because every Tom, Dick, and Harry was sending in all their cards before the price spike. So I guarantee last week that the backlog probably went up another few million. Now, so let's say their backlog now is 12 million. I mean, can you imagine if the PSA facility catches on fire? Like, just, that it's just mind-numbingly insane that the backlog got that out of control. Now, a lot of that is due to demand. A lot of that's due to all the new people coming into the hobby. And a lot of that's due to the people who were already in the hobby who never gave a shit about grading, all of a sudden seeing the value of grading, wanting to get their shit slapped. So you got like a 3-prong attack there, just flooding PSA. But PSA has known about this issue, has known about this problem since, like I said, late 2017, early 2018, having that huge backlog. And upper management, I guess, didn't think it was sustainable or thought it was maybe like an anomaly and that the demand would go away. It didn't go away. It only went crazier and crazier.
Well, and that's the thing. And that's the craziness that this current market presents in all of this. it's unpredictable more so than what it ever has been. Those of us that have collected throughout the years, your big tier guys always appreciate and value. It happens. You know, a 76 Walter Payton, 10 years ago was roughly X amount of money. You go 5 years ago, it has appreciated some. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. The uncertainty and the fact of the craziness that's going on and the mainstream media that has come out of this, thanks to Ken Golden, and a few others, pro athletes and things along those lines. It's that anomaly aspect that nobody truly understood the possibilities and the potential of what was going to transpire with all of this. And when you have, a platform as like Golden Auctions, for instance, I mean, they've come out and said PSA, BGS, SGC, that's it. So from that perspective, that's even for those individuals that aren't collectors, that are maybe investors, maybe flippers, or even some of the athletes from that perspective. That's what they know. That's what they understand. That's what they see. So that's going to increase the influx of any submissions going to any of those three third-party graders. It's going to happen. It doesn't matter. I mean, PSA could up their prices to $100 a card. People are still going to pay it.
Exactly.
The difference is you may not see some of the junk base cards and stuff that people have been sending in because they were easy flips in certain situations.
Not only that, though. I think I see a lot of people bring up this point, and I just want to say PSA really built their business on people sending in common cards or junk wax cards or like common set cards from like the 80s and 90s. Like they really built a business on that for the set registries, all the collectors who do set registries. And that's what has set PSA apart for such a long time is their set registry. So, I know from, helping Mike O with group subs, sometimes there would be people that would send in like 88 Donruss commons or like 89 Tops commons. That happened for years. So like PSA built their business that way. Those type of collectors sending in those cards to get graded pretty much built PSA. So that I see that all the time on Facebook groups or subgroups or on Blowout. People always saying like, yo, why are you sending this 1991 Cal Ripken Jr. in? Why are you sending in this 95 Frank Thomas? Why are you sending in all these junk cards? Well, PSA, I mean, collectors for years have been sending in that stuff. Mm-hmm. Like those common cards were PSA's bread and butter. And back in the day, I'm saying back in the day, this is like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. I mean, it was cheap to get this shit graded. It was like $6 bulk sub to get it graded. They even did $4 specials at one point. So it was just like, it was a cheap and effective. It was like a cheap way for people to build their sets. There's people who would put master sets together, graded sets, vintage sets, junk wax sets, 90 sets, all slabbed. And some of those 90 sets are like 700 cards, 800 cards. So, I mean, just think of the people that were getting Kim Batiste slabbed cards or Ricky Otero slab cards. There was people, if you want to complete the set, you got to get that stuff slabbed.
Or those 91 score West Chamberlain rookies. You can't go without them.
Or some Ricky Jordans.
Oh, no.
There you are.
We expected about every 3 years.
I tripped and then dropped my laptop, so it shut down real quick.
The thing I'm curious is actually, as you saw from all this writing down over the past,
I finally decided.
I saw like the grading prices of the 5, and then my one question that I'm it's actually one of the times my brain functions correctly, which we've talked about a little, the increase in how that'll affect. At the same time, will it at all with some of these monster bulk, whatever they are? Because if you've got some monsters in there, you got a Kobe Topps Chrome, you got a Mantle, whatever. If you got like 100 cards to 200 that are going to be bops, big money makers, and you're sending in 10,000 cards, your mindset might be a little different than you, me, or Steve, or Carlos, or Paul, or Ty, or whoever, because we're sending in not that, obviously, that quantity, or most of the time that quality. We're not sending in a Kobe Topps Chrome Refractor rookie that might come back or has a good chance to come back a 9. Does that necessarily mean that all these other guys don't want to send in that Wander Franco Bowman paper? They're like, okay, if you and you and you can't afford it, or you're not going to do it because you say the prices are too high, we'll do it. That pop will come down. Now, guess what? We've got a majority of the pop because we can afford to send that stuff in due to the fact of our large sub, whatever, the grouping of cards are going out. We can sort of take that hit initially. Long term, even if it's just 6 months long term, it doesn't have to be 2 years, because a lot of the people nowadays aren't thinking 2 years down the road, let alone 2 weeks. But if they have the wherewithal to think, hey, 6 months from now, you know what? This Wander Franco, this Christian Pache, this whoever next rookie is, we get some of these paper graded. Everybody else is like, $50 for that card. I'm not going to grade it if it comes back an 8. Well, you know what? Now the pop of 8, or the PSA 8 pop, it has like a pop of 20. That has artificial value. It's one of the things where, again, I probably put way too much thought into it. But it's times at work that bring up these thoughts in my head, because I'm like, well, again, you don't know what's going to happen, which is a good thing. You know the prices eventually are going to go up, either pre-national or post-national, depending on, again, you're going to have that huge February. I mean, there's got to be just like Brinks trucks going down there left and right. I mean, it's just got to be in and out 24/7. And at some point, they will get raised again. But is that a detriment to these huge submission guys that are just like throwing in pretty much any and or everything? Is that going to deter them from saying, well, you know what, the prices went up, but who cares? I don't care, because I can still make money, because I'm going to make it off of this card 50-fold what I could have made if it was raw. I'm doing the math, because a lot of these guys coming in are math guys. Again, if you're doing sneaker stuff and you're doing stocks and all that trading, you're going to know hopefully a little bit about math. Do it that way. And again, I think you're going to have to raise it higher, and I don't even know if that'll matter to some of these bulk committers.
I think it'll sway some, potentially. It may force them to rethink what they send in a little bit more, because if you truly are a numbers guy, and this is all about return on investment, when you double the price to grade a card, that has to be taken into consideration. So if a PSA 10 sells, for $30, are you going to send it in to get graded? No. Why would you? You're losing money. So in certain situations, I think it'll change their thought process as far as what they submit, but I don't think it's going to completely sway them from still bulk submitting.
See, that's why those set registry guys are getting they're getting pounded into the ground now, because if they want to send in, cards to complete whatever set they're doing, they got to send the commons in. They're not going to do that now, because are you going to spend $25 to get, Jeff Mathis slabbed, or I don't know, insert scrub here, slab to complete your set. No. So those set registry guys are getting creamed.
See, and that's the part of which I don't have a lot of background or knowledge in to speak on. However, when you look at it from that perspective, does that then increase the value of those cards because of the set registry guys? Because there's going to be less that may get submitted for grading. Is that going to increase the price?
That's hard to say. It remains to be seen. It depends on who's doing the set, who really is passionate about the registry, because the set registry, that has been the big thing that has set PSA, that has given them kind of like an advantage over Beckett and SGC for such a long time. Whenever you prior to all the prices getting stupid, when you would talk to someone about PSA, the first thing they would always mention is that set registry, because you get it on your phone, you can check everything on there, you can track your progress of what you have, and they rank you. And a lot of people really get into that stuff hardcore, where the other companies don't do that.
Well, Beckett and Carlos brought it up. Carlos, I'll kind of give you an opportunity to type this, because this was brought up on Sunday, I believe, briefly, that Beckett has a registry now. I know you just pulled up the URL or whatever and just kind of briefly had it up on screen, but did you have a chance to do any research on it and actually see if it's a legit thing, or are they just kind of prepping it for something in the future? Or do you know?
And the worst part about Beckett, even if that was something tangible and you could go to it and they do have a registry, my God, that website is so archaic. And I mean, I'd rather go through a special adult website with pop-ups than their website, because it's so hard to navigate. And
Mike goes right on the money if you want to highlight his comment.
I don't know if
that's 1,000% on the money, because whenever you watch any social influencer, you see any tweet from any social influencer, it's PSA, 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 PSA. So your average Joe who doesn't know jack shit about cards, who follows an influencer, is like, oh, PSA, that's the premier brand. Like Beckett, social influencers aren't pumping Beckett. Social influencers aren't pumping SGC. Sorry, GMA fanboys. Social influencers aren't even pumping GMA. They're only pumping. They got the PSA tunnel vision. So that's another reason why that shit is blowing up.
Well, but on the flip side, and I don't want to call them fanboys, but you have your devout following. It's no different than, a collector being laser focused on a specific product or something along those lines. It's the same concept. You do have people who are devout BGS who swear up and down that, a pristine 10 trumps a PSA 10 all day long. And I can't argue against that. A pristine 10 usually looks a little bit better than a PSA 10. And then, of course, if you get a black label, then, you're talking in a whole different, ballpark.
That's another great point.
So there's so many caveats to all of this that, depending on what ballpark you're in or what camp you follow, you can argue any of them. Ed, you're an SGC guy, and an SGC 10 is just as difficult, if I'm not mistaken, to get a SGC 10 as it is to get a BGS 10. Would be my guess, because they don't give them very often. So it's one of those, and that's the thing. You have those two grading companies that kind of set themselves aside from PSA, so to speak, to where giving a card a 10 grade and or Black Label from a Beckett perspective, if it gets to that point, it's that next tier. It's pristine. Gem Mint is great. I'm not taking away from a PSA 10 in the stature of what it holds. A Gem Mint card is phenomenal. But when you think you go a step up and you see pristine, I mean, it's hard to argue against those points. I've been a PSA guy for a while. Anytime I've picked up like a Terrell Davis graded card, it's usually PSA from a rookie perspective. I've picked up other things that have been slabbed Beckett Authentic and things along those lines. But when I see pristine, to me, pristine trumps a Gem Mint 10. And I hate to say that because I want to say they're close in value on a lot of situations. It could be a gimmick. It's one of those in which it could be a marketing thing. These companies are all businesses. They're always going to try and find ways to put themselves above any competition. Look at how long it took them to come up with the Black Label. Mm-hmm. And Black Labels are through the roof. I mean, you can't I hate to say that you can't compete. When you see a BGS 10 Black Label, that is eye appealing in that holder. I'm going to say it. And it doesn't matter what the card is. It's something that is pretty cool, and they're almost like a unicorn. There's not many of them. Not to mention, there's not a whole lot of pristine 10s. If I'm not mistaken. But when you look at Pop Report from a PSA perspective, now not all cards fall into this category, but there are a lot of instances in which there's a crap ton of PSA 10s. Mm-hmm. But you go look at the Beckett reports, and there are only maybe a small handful of pristine 10s. But you may see the same comparable numbers for Gem Mint 9.5. So there's so many, like I said, it's such a tangled web of so many things, no matter what camp you're in, to where you can argue anything. It's tough. Did I just read that right? Turn PSA to 11 soon. Hey, Bobby, you can't use my term since you didn't even know what titch meant.
And again, Ed, you'll have to, I don't know how much you do. I'm guessing not a lot because I haven't seen it from you. Like the registry at all. Is there you have to be a PSA member now to go on there and look at the registry, or can you be nobody, bring it up on your computer or
I don't
and look it up?
I don't actually do anything with the registry. It's not one of the. I mean, I know a lot about it, but that's never been the appeal for me to send to PSA. Mm-hmm. The reason I started sending to PSA was because I liked their holders and they were cheap. That's why I started sending to PSA all those years ago, like back in 2012. They were, $6 specials I thought was cool. So, like, that's been a way I've collected for so long, is just getting stuff out of the value box, looking it over with my own eyes, and then sending it in. And I've done that for as long as I have. And then I would say recently, within the last year or so, I started sending to SGC. So I've only recently been, buying and submitting cards to SGC. And the reason for that is because I never liked their green holder. I thought their green holder looked terrible. There was there was just too much going on. Mm-hmm. I just didn't like the look of it. And their new label I liked. It's more clear, more clean. So that's why I started sending to SGC like a year ago. Beckett BGS, I've never gotten into Beckett. I just never liked their holders. I just thought they were too big. But I know tons of people love Beckett. and they've always had a very strong following with football collectors. Like all the top football cards would be in Beckett holders. So they like seem to like that was like their kind of bread and butter. Where SGC was known for pre-worn vintage, Beckett was known for football, and then PSA was known for baseball, modern and vintage.
And I'm just going to go on record, Paul. My shirt is maroon. It is not lavender, just for the record.
But to answer your question, Dave, you do have to be a member to use the set registry. You do have to be a member of PSA to use that registry.
Use it, but to look it up, you don't.
Yeah, you could. I think anyone could look it up.
Because that would be where I'd see some of the scheming coming into play. Because if you had, that would be if you had somebody, if you paid somebody off. And again, I'm thinking the conspiracy theories. Because again, to make money, especially in this hobby, it's not hard. But if you want to make a lot of money, you can if you do some of this stuff. So write it down. It's like if you look at like, hey, there's 10 guys going for whatever set. Who's got this card? I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. That's what I'm saying even with the increase in these prices for the grading, people will be conniving. And I still think where there is money to be made, you're going to have rats and cheese. You're going to have cockroaches and darkness and moisture. You're going to have these types of people. And again, when you see like the Omar Vizquel collectors 5-6 years ago, those guys are going after each other with machetes. I mean, I sold a 1-on-1 for $1,000, a plate, a printing plate for $1,000, because these guys they were ready to shoot you with the little Derringer, and it's like, man, they didn't care. So I'm guessing it's going to be the same way, especially when you get some of these bigger registry guys getting near the end or near the top. You get a Franklin Stubbs 90 tops, whatever, and that's a PSA 10. Hide the women and children.
It's not even necessarily the ranking, from my understanding. It's not even necessarily based on quantity of cards. It's the card you have and the grade is factored into your overall ranking. So let's say you have like 50 cards. Let's just say you just have like 50 cards and I have like 45. Well, all mine are Gem Mint 10 and all yours are like a mix of 9 and 10s. I might be higher than you in the ranking because I have better, I guess PSA would consider it, quality of cards.
Yeah, there's just so many variables to take into consideration. I think we all agree the price increase, they're not done. I don't think for anybody.
Oh, no.
The backlog is going to continue. I think this train literally has Mr. Magoo at the helm, and it doesn't matter. It's going out of control for, I'd say, a good part, at least into fall. Maybe the brakes might be hit a couple times in fall, but I don't know. And I think it's going to coincide a lot with all the COVID stuff. How that starts. Okay, now we can go to card shows. We can do this. We can do that. We can go back to games. There's concerts to go to, events or whatever. Okay, now that money that's getting dumped into the hobby, some people might that might lean their budget up a bit. A wallet might dry out a little quicker. So lots of variables going on right now in the hobby. And
with everything. And just to go back to LA Pat's question, I think it's valid. I think a lot of us could benefit for having some sort of, and I like the term transparency, but at the same time, they're not.
They finally won in the shootout. Jesus God, the Flyers finally fucking won in the shootout.
Back on subject because we don't give a shit about the Flyers, Ed. No, I'm just kidding. They don't have to share a whole lot. I mean, let's be real. They don't have to share trade secrets. Not that I think that most of us couldn't figure out how they do certain things. We know it's on a scale. We know what certain qualifications meet X or Y because, that's put out there. But to give somebody a full understanding from the end-to-end process, it's not going to hurt anything at all. At all. It would actually benefit a lot of us to understand why it does take so long for certain things. We all have an understanding and idea that it doesn't take very long to grade a card. But if it has 2 or 3 extra eyes that look at said card as a verification for what grade is going to be determined, how do we know who gives that second and third set of eyes potentially? Mm-hmm. They could be backed up, or is it, a next level grader? We don't understand what that, if there's a pecking order or anything along those lines. But to give us an idea from start to finish, it definitely wouldn't hurt anything. I think a lot of collectors and or even investors and flippers and dealers could even appreciate understanding what it looks like. Because unless you've done it or you've worked there, all of this is based on assumptions and guesses. And it's one of those in which I can only speak for myself. I don't like to make assumptions. I don't like to make guesses when it comes to what I think could in fact transpire within a business model. Because there is definitely ways to improve a business. And, I know on Sunday, Carlos had brought it up as part of his conversation points, and going back to Nat Turner and coming in and actually watching some of this and trying to figure out ways to kind of true up some of their processes and improve some of them. Because if you've got 8 million cards in backlog, and of those 8 million cards, let's say you have 200,000 packages, and yet your shit isn't streamlined to go from receiving to scanning to logging, all this other kind of stuff, and you're going like this multiple times, you're only prolonging the process. So there's always ways to improve. And him being a younger guy, Lean Six Sigma is a big thing in industry these days of, eliminating waste. The big Kaizen fad, it's still a thing, folks. It's all about eliminating waste and ways to improve processes. And if they actually get in there and truly look at some of this, there's going to be ways that they can improve it to where it is going to be a little bit more streamlined. At least that's what you would hope. But how would you know without knowing what the process looks like? And like I said, they don't have to share trade secrets. That's not what we're wanting here. It's all about transparency and giving the customer a view of what it looks like. And that is correct, Vinny. All Kaizen is all about.
How's it going, Rick? How you doing? That's Rick, Vintage Oddball Cards.
How's it going, Rick? Welcome to the show.
Yes, I like your ending part in the Snoop remake. That was the rant video remake that was made. I very much enjoyed it because that was not what I expected from you, even though I knew that was coming in the rant.
When I think of PSA, when I think in my head, what their factory, what their facility looks like, I just picture in my brain a really popular restaurant that has 2 servers working and is completely, every table is filled. There's 3 cooks on the line and there's thousands of orders and the staff literally just wants to go into the bathroom and drink bleach and kill themselves.
And I would just like to say, Carlos, I am a green belt, by the way, in Lean Six Sigma. Just thought I'd throw that out there. And I'm certified to be a Kaizen facilitator. That's the reason why I use the terms.
Since Nat has taken over PSA, look at all the people they have hired. They've done mass hirings, and I think they're still hiring. So that just goes to show you, under the previous leadership, who shall remain nameless, They were understaffed. They were so understaffed for so long.
It
PSA.
wasn't just like, oh, let me wake up and this is what I'm going to do now. But so now that they're living separately, now
They'll right size it. They'll get it figured out. I want to think positive and hoping that, because Nat is a collector,
that's what I said.
he does bring a different mindset to some of this.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day,
When they first got
it's a business.
so
He's there to make, they're there to make money. And one way to make additional money and put more money to the bottom line is to streamline processes, cut costs, and streamline. And it's obvious to me that PSA has done things the same way for so long because it's worked, and that's because we've always done it this way, and hasn't bothered to look for opportunities to improve upon those. That's my opinion, of course. I can't confirm or deny that, but to me it seems as though they haven't bothered to change anything.
Well, and I felt bad for him.
I imagine PSA's facility, one of those 6-foot plastic folding tables you have at like a rummage sale. One of the legs is busted off with 2 milk crates underneath it. You got one guy that's like, what is it? It's not Steve Buscemi. There's another meme out there with the guy with the old bomber hat with the eyes going out.
That's Steve Buscemi.
Okay, so there it is. He's looking at the card and he's trying to discern what the grade's going to be. And then you've got like a Quasimodo coming from like, it's like basically a dump truck, just like dumping all these packages. Here you are, sir. Here's another. And I mean, he's like looking it over for 5-10 minutes and no, 10. It's basically like Dave Hester or whatever from Storage Wars or whatever that is. Garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 10. I mean that's probably as quick as it went, but yeah, you can't be that far behind and not change with the times. You can't. If you see something coming along and it's like, oh man, we're starting to get this. It's not just like a 1 million card backlog now. Now it's like 3 million. Now it's 5, and you don't do anything. It's the old shit or get off the pot. I'm glad the old regime's out because at least you have some new blood, not like the old WCW of like 2000-ish. But you want to have fresh eyes and a fresh mindset because you know what worked before hasn't worked for the last 18 months-ish or so, maybe 24. I mean, when you have that proverbial, as I think Steve said, the money in the bank with all that backlog, that's one thing. But you're still getting stuff out in a timely-ish manner. Now I jotted down the return times. All those like the low end submission or low end entries into their catalog or whatever from like out of the what is it, the value submissions or whatever are July of last year. So if you had anything from August and on, that's whatever 8 months now. You're waiting 8.
You know, you guys were just gonna
Still waiting.
That's not what you wanted.
That's what I mean. It's you're going in forever and a day. It's what you're waiting. It's like at some point, and I've brought it up in, I think, watching other folks' videos. I don't like the upcharge because now it's worth X amount. It wasn't worth X amount when I sent it in because you don't have your shit together. That shouldn't cost me more. That you don't go to a dealership. Oh, I got this 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee. 6 months later, oh, there's a recall on it. There's something wrong with the engine. You don't go in there and, well, you know what? You're going to have to pay for that as well. Well, no, it's covered. They're making money, and that's one of the aspects I'm not a fan of. The upcharge when it isn't indicative of when you sent it in. Just because it gets scanned in 8 months later, 10 months later, whatever it is, that's not on me.
Well, but on the flip side, it's not just that though either. Because, for instance, so when I send in my Kobe's, yes, I want PSA 10s, Let's be realistic. But most likely they're going to get 9s. So that's ultimately what I'm going to put down as the value, which is going to dictate how much I pay for that card to get graded.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on my assumption. I'm not a professional grader. That's the part that agitates me. If I was a grader, then I'd be more apt to sit there and look over my stuff with a fine-tooth comb like they do to a certain degree because they have the tools and everything else to do so. Why am I going to pay more for something that, since I'm not a professional, I don't know if it's going to get a 10. Like I said, you hope for a 10. And when you're talking, a price difference of, $1,000, $1,200 to $8,000 to $10,000, that's a big price difference in the value, which I get. But why am I at fault for making the wrong guess?
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that agitates me. It would be no different if, I had a Jordan rookie, for instance, and I sent it in hoping that it's an 8. It's a solid 8 based on their qualifications, and I value it at an 8. And for some weird reason, they grade a 10. That's a shit ton of money to cough up for just said one card. That's the part that's more agitating for me in my way of thinking, because it almost makes you want to be dishonest.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is what that could create. So
yeah, that declared value has always been kind of iffy for all the years I've been doing submissions.
I understand it from an insurance coverage perspective. I do. That makes perfect sense to me. And, and this is not a jab at Bob by any stretch of the imagination, because
it could be.
No, it's not. USPS, I think, truly does have a limit to what you can insure something for.
Mm-hmm.
It is capped. So in the event that you're sending high dollar stuff in to where you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially, I would not be using United States Postal Service. I'd be using FedEx or UPS, and I'd be shipping those high value items by themselves, insured by themselves. Yes, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg because I'm not Carlos. And it's not that I don't trust the Postal Service. That's not what I'm getting at. They all have their flaws, but when I'm talking that kind of money, I know for sure that I can send something and insure something through FedEx and UPS for a substantial amount of money, which you can't do in United States Postal Service. It's because it's run by the government, folks. It's a government business. There are caps. There are limitations. So
I would be nervous sending in all those heavy. If I like for Bob, what he was saying last week, I would be nervous from the perspective of not only what you were saying, but also putting all those heavy hitters in one order, because you got to pray to the Almighty that you're getting a good grader, because if you get a stingy bastard, you better get that Vaseline out.
Well, he had mentioned that too. Somebody could have stubbed their toe nut, got laid the previous night, lost on a lottery ticket for $1,000 or whatever, and now, you know what? The next day, here comes, Bob Lewis. I think I've heard of him. This is going to turn my day around. And you get all these 6s and 5s. It's well.
That's all a myth about the whole grading aspect. However, there could be some truth behind some of that.
I want to know what graders make. That's one of the things I've been wanting to know for years. How much do these guys make? Because I heard rumors and whispers that some of these guys get $15 an hour minimum wage.
I was going to say most of them probably get minimum wage, whatever it is in California. I hate to say this, I may get a lot of heat for this, but that is a minimum wage job. Regardless, grading sports cards. And I hate to say that. it's I just don't foresee that being a lucrative career choice for anybody who's hoping to make a crap ton of money. And then there's this guy. What's going on, Matt?
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Doing good.
Yeah, I'm in an unusual spot this evening because unfortunately I had a snafu and dropped my computer, and Dave doesn't know how to move people around. Oh, he fixed it. Wow, I spoke too soon. Way to go, Dave.
What were you guys chatting about?
The nuances of grading and the price increases and the various impacts and all that other kind of stuff, because it's a relevant topic right now, and it's agitated a lot of people. But at the same time, it's kind of like that necessary evil to a certain degree. These are businesses, and that's just what they're going to do. And on the flip side, it's no different than the manufacturers. I mean, has anybody seen the freaking price of Prism basketball, the pre-sale for hobby?
Was it $1,000? Probably more.
It's like $3,000 or $5,000 for a hobby box. Pre-sale.
They accepting crypto?
I mean, I had that happen too. I was, as you guys know, I'm a big Formula One fan, and I wanted to pick up a Vettel Topps Dynasty auto, and the first one that hit eBay sold for like $3,500, and I'm like, out of 10, the patch auto. I'm like, well, I guess I'm never gonna own those, but they're going down, and it's just weird. The hype has driven this hobby to a whole new level, man. Yeah.
Well, and on the flip side, though, too, Matt, any new product, any new thing that drops, you're always going to see that initial price hike on the first few that hit. Yeah. And then, of course, usually it stabilizes unless there's just a substantial market really wanting those cards.
All right.
Love you.
Love you too, kiddo.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
And I think too, go back to like the 10 being sort of the, and again, it is the top of the mountain. For me, it's always sort of been, and again, for the older sect of collectors, you remember at least, and again, this isn't like I was around in the 70s as a teen, but as a kid, you remembered who was the perfect 10. Bo Derek. That's what you thought of, or that's when you said somebody said, hey, that's the perfect 10. Bo Derek. So you look, it's like, well, again, being a younger lad, the pubescent stage, you're like, okay, I get this. I understand these words in the perfect 10. You're thinking, okay. So that's why I think so many of the graders, and again, it might not be completely in line with a lot of what anybody else ever has thought ever, but that's one of the reasons I think that 10 is always so desirable. When you can put, and again, it sounds horrendous, but when you could put something as an image of a person, either, again, like a Tyson Beckford for the ladies like Tyson Beckford, guys like Bo Derek, whatever you like. You put that image and it's a 10. That's what you think, 10. You don't think like the SCG or SGC, the 92 or 96 or whatever. There you go, Ed. 10.
Add it backwards.
It's a lot easier to think and rationalize that, especially if you collect cards.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that's my mind. My mind is one of a kind. Thankfully.
Yeah, that's definitely 100% accurate, Dave. There is not a single person here who would disagree with that.
No.
It is an interesting thought of somebody that doesn't really prefer that to try it out. I mean, it's been really weird just being in this era of collecting where you have to consider that everything has a price, and I bought an A-Rod 10 Flair rookie. That's my favorite card of his. I got it for like $60 or $70 a couple years ago, and I mean, when somebody offers you $200 for it and you're not in love with having a graded card, it's like, okay, well, see ya. And so for me, when I hear grading, I typically think profit, and I think that the collectors that collect it, the majority of them they want all their collection in the perfect 10, you know. But I know that doesn't represent everybody, but that's just me. I think there's something cool about a raw card. I think it came out of the pack like that, and I don't know, cheaper too. So,
well, and that's an interesting thought though, because I was messaging back and forth with an individual on Instagram who happens to be a Terrell Davis collector, and you know, I just posed the question, you know, are you looking at picking up any graded stuff, or you looking at memorabilia, autographs, that type of stuff, you know, because most of what he had been posting was a lot of the 90s stuff, which of course I have an appreciation for as it is. And he's like, no, I'm not a fan of the graded stuff. He's like, I want to be able to hold a card, you know, so being able to take it out of a top loader and a penny sleeve and actually physically hold it. And it's like, you know what? If you look at it that way, it makes sense, because once it's in a holder, unless you crack it out, you're not really ever holding the card, so to speak. You're holding the holder. So from that perspective, it's a different way of looking at things. You know, for me, if I were to get a 9.5 or a 10 on something from my collection perspective, to me, it's icing on the cake. I'm satisfied with a 9, you know, because 9s can be just as eye appealing as a 10. Sometimes a 9 can be more eye appealing than a 10, depending on the situation and the circumstance. Which is why a lot of people always say, you know, buy the card, not the grade.
Well, I mean, but
the fine 9.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know about you, but like when I see a 9, like Dave said, it like, you know, like that's coming out. I've broken out 5 or 6 9s of A-Rods, and I'm like, well, I mean, it's a 9. Like I know it's a 9 without the holder. I'd rather have it in a 1-touch. So. I've never broken a 10, and I never would, but I feel like there's such a disparity between the two that unless, like, for us 90s guys, I think we all agree, like, no matter what sport it is, if that's the only way you're going to get the card, then you just buy the 9. And well, I mean, maybe back then. Now, I think that 9, you got no chance, but back then, 9s didn't really sell for much more than a raw, at least for the A-Rods that I was buying, so I had no problem with grabbing a 9, knowing I was going to break it out, you know?
Well, so, yeah, and in certain instances, I'd be satisfied with an 8 or an 8.5 in some of those 90 cards, just because. I mean, a 9, you could be potentially majorly priced out unless you want to drop, you know, 4 figures.
Yeah, no,
and
sure.
That's. I've at least come to the realization for some cards, if I want them, and those key centerpiece Mount Rushmore quality cards, it's going to cost 4 figures. Right. And the only way I'm going to be able to fund that is to be able to, you know, hope for the best and send some stuff off to be graded and hope it comes back what I hope they do. Because then it's a twofold thing. You know, it helps pay off some debt of ours, but also gives me an opportunity to basically play with free money.
It's crazy stuff, man. It's like I said, I don't know if all you guys have had this, but it's weird to look at your collection and have no choice but to think, I wonder what this is going for now. Like, how much do I really love this card? You know?
I've been having that problem.
Have you?
Yeah, I've been having that. Like, I did the video on Juan Soto, and I talked about the pink chrome update, and when I did it, I think it was like 1,600, and now they're almost like
203.
They're like 2,300, and I'm like, I just did this video like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, that's 01.
Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, and I think that, and I learned an important lesson too. That I think my good friend Tyler said to do that. He's like, in this day and age with how volatile the market is, when you sell something, do yourself a favor and never go look a month later for how much it's selling for. because I got some great money for the Ichiros that turned around to make my Young Guns goalie set and my Flurries and my Tebows. And I'd made the mistake of looking at an Ichiro Pujols regular Topps rookie sale price. I was like, dang it, I should have waited. But, that's something I won't do. There's no point in going back. But, yeah, like you said, Griff, it's like, it's hard to like look at a card and then you're like, well, do I really like it $800 much, or do I kind of like it $800 much, And I was able to make that choice recently, and I was like, well, geez, I mean, how do I say no to this? I mean, I think about what I could turn this into for my collection, and so.
And I think a lot of us, probably all of us can say this, we've been collecting for so long that our buy-in point on most of these cards is super low. Like most of these cards that we have that are really expensive, we might not have paid a lot of money for. We might have pack pulled them. We might have got them, cheap at shows or on eBay. And now they're just astronomical. And you're like, okay, what do I do here?
Yeah, no joke. I don't know. L.A. Pats, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever chatted with him before. But thank you. I haven't broken those cards out in a long time, man. Those are all stored away. But I'm with you on that one, man. It's especially like the thing that I sold for a little over $800 was $100 buy-in, and that wasn't even super long ago. So I'm like, well, how do I say no to something like this? How do you not and if this is like a top 10 card in my collection, even top 25, okay, it's not even gonna think about it. Like an A-Rod, those aren't going anywhere. But this card, I'm like, I like it, but I want this Flurry, and I want this card here, and I have extra. So it's weird, man. It's weird to sit and think, well, I wonder how much those A-Rods are worth now. Like, I couldn't care less 6 months, a year ago. They were just away, and that was great. So, I mean, I'm sure you've had that happen too, Dave, with some of your doubles of Brodeur and stuff. Like, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure I could move some to a couple guys in that 90s insert group, but again, it's most of the doubles I've got are like the superpowers. I don't want to move those armor plate superpowers because I know they're tough enough to come by as is.
Yeah.
And then even with some of the stacks upon stacks of stuff, I know I sold a Piazza that I had no interest in, a Mirror Emerald patch. And I mean, I bought that 3-4 years ago for $20 because I'm like, it's a Mirror Emerald, one of my favorite parallel sets, 2-3 color patch, whatever it was, probably 3. And I like Piazza. I collect his Dodgers stuff. I have a ton of it. At the same time, he was with the Mets on that. I don't care about it. So one of the Piazza guys mentioned it he was looking for Piazza. I'm like, well, I think I've got that around here somewhere within 10 minutes of searching, and I did, and shot him a picture, and again, I got $100 for it, which to me, it doesn't matter. I'm like, I'm going to send that right back in somewhere into the hobby. I mean, it's not going to take long. So with that stuff, I could do more, but I don't want to sit there and do that because there's a lot of cards, like you said, how much do you like or love them? There's stuff that I might not love a lot, but we've all said it before, the story behind it, or just because there's not a ton of this stuff floating around. It could be a $30 card, book value, a $50 sell value. Do I want to sell it for $50 when I spend $30 on it? No.
Right.
I'm not into making a couple times, and again, that sounds like the upper rung of the charlatans. Like, I've got my pinky notes and I've got my Surge Cannon in my hand, but if I'm going to sell something, it's because it's when, like the Pascal Siakam Prism Silver PSA.
Dude, that was an easy choice, in my
I'm
opinion.
like, I got it for $9 to $11, and it's selling for $1,800. I don't like Pascal Siakam that much.
Yeah, that's an easy sell.
So, to get a couple, 3-4 cornerstone cards in the collection, and then a ton of other Brodeur stuff, that was easy. Now, a couple of those cards I think have, and I haven't looked because I don't want to. It's a Kobe, I think the Fleer rookie. It wasn't graded, but I think at the time that was about a $30 sell, 25 to 30.
Yeah.
And then a Durant auto with, I think, Oklahoma City. So I don't know again, most of the time it's whatever the current team they're playing for goes the most, and then a Durant, like one of those tops. I think you got it in the Blaster. It was like a rookie. You got either the like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, or 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 orange bordered rookies, and still in the cellophane set. So I don't know how much that stuff's gone up because he's been absolutely lights out.
Everything's gone up, man.
Because I know that was like a $20 purchase. So again, the Siakam has come down. I know that because I've looked a couple times, and that's been about the 700 to 800, maybe 9 on the high end. So I'm
Didn't
like,
you
okay.
sell it already though? I mean, you sold it before it came down, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was August.
It went all the way down to 900. Damn.
He hasn't done much this year, yeah.
And that team's been, they're I think they're 5th or 6th still in the standings, but they're not good.
No,
I mean, if you're talking about
losing Kawhi killed them.
moving Lowry, that's, there's something bad going on there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's always a risk that you take.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the whole FOMO aspect on both sides of the fence. So it's, you took advantage when his market was high, and it's unfortunate that, it took a falter for the individual that purchased it. But, it's one of those in which that's the risk that you take when it comes to, I'll call them younger guys in the league. Mm-hmm. If you're talking about somebody who has been around, a Durant, a Kobe, a LeBron, those guys that have been around and are still doing well, it's easy to somewhat make the choice of holding on to some of those, because you would think that their market's going to consistently increase because they've already built their careers.
For sure. Absolutely.
So...
yeah, that is always tricky. I bought a few young guns just to kind of like follow the players a little bit more, and the Suzuki, you don't want to sell anything too soon, right? Because if the Canadians end up like winning the cup or something and he gets MVP, I mean, that thing is going to go ridiculously high just because of hype alone. But I definitely missed out on the window on that one a little bit, unfortunately. But like Dave was saying, again, how much did you buy in for? If you double your money on a card, then it's gone, and you use it for something else, you don't even think about it. Even if it is Austin Matthews that you sold 3 years ago for way too cheap. But we've all been there. So it is kind of interesting trying to time it, like you're saying, Steve. But those young guys, yeah, they're so up and down. It'd be better to buy a Young Guns if you're going to buy one, or a Topps rookie card of a guy that's done a lot, because they're only going that way. Except Trout, that's too expensive. Carlos's favorite baseball player.
And of course,
watch the guy he's hating on him, man. It's hilarious.
Well, and he hates on Brady too, which I can't disagree in with some of his points.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some good points on both the guys for sure. I mean, the media just hypes up Brady and Trout like they're the best player ever, but I mean, they're still really, really good players. It's just funny to like just acknowledge that they're good players and they've won a lot and move on, or not won in Trout's case, but I don't know.
I mean, there's
the charm of Carlos.
there's other just as high quality caliber quarterbacks in the NFL that don't get the quote unquote love.
I was hoping he'd put that. That's good stuff, man.
As they should, but it's because they haven't won the number of championships, and it's for whatever reason that seems to be some of the determining factor on the football front. Rings dictate everything, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if Beast Mode had gotten the damn ball on the goal line, how much Russell Wilson and his Marshawn's cards would be worth right now, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well. I'll never let that go, but it is what it is. So.
Well, it'll be this off season for football I'm interested to see what it's going to do to the quarterback market, because there's so many high quality, big name guys out there that have the possibility of, switching teams or sticking with the same team. I mean, I don't know if anybody saw it, but they locked in Dak Prescott for another 4 years. So he's off the block. But you still have other guys that are out there that, I mean, the fact that Russell Wilson is even in the conversation surprises me because I honestly thought that Russell Wilson would never leave Seattle.
Well, I mean, since I'm wearing the Seahawk thing in case it came up, I was having an interesting conversation with my dad, and this is not a braggadocious thing, but his stepdaughter dates John Schneider's nephew. So there's a connection there, and he works within the Seahawk organization. So he gets a lot of like tidbits from his uncle. And, it's interesting to think, but my dad even has been convinced, like, okay, if it's time to let him go, it's time to let him go. Because, like, me and him, that's our man crush, but watching him this last season have such a rapid decline in the second half of the year, but I don't know if it was his focus or he was hurt or the combination of things. We've got a lot of good years out of the guy, and if he's going to eat up too much money and we can't afford everything else that helps you win a game, John Schneider's been able to draft quarterbacks, look at Russell Wilson, that nobody else wanted really, and be able to turn them into a really good player, within the system that they got. And I guess I've got to the point where I've, the stages of loss, I'm ready. If he has to go, he has to go. And if he stays, we better get a good offensive line around him because we don't need an unmotivated leader on our team because we lose to the freaking Rams in the playoffs when that happens. That's all I got to say about that.
But who do they have? Who do they have on the bench though? Who would,
Nobody. They got to draft somebody this year if they get rid of him. I mean, that's the bottom line. Because I don't know what you guys think, but I think overpaying for quarterbacks does not win championships. Tell me a championship team that had the quarterback as their highest paid player. I mean, Mahomes wasn't when he won. Brady never has been when he's won, has he? Or was he the highest paid, but not like the most in the league? I'm not sure. My dad was telling me that the stats were like high-paid quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls. The teams don't.
I think
the Eagles just had that problem with Wentz.
Right. Oh, for sure.
Well, I think Manning was the highest on Denver when they won.
Well, he didn't do jack squat that game either.
He didn't need to. He didn't need to.
That defense was unbelievable.
They brought him in at the right time. He the experience in managing the game, and that's what you need in that situation. Yep. And he got it done.
No, he did. I mean, his defense was incredible, but I mean, the years prior, he was so good. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. And the Super Bowl, you guys just kind of fell apart. But seriously, he was incredible. But other than that, yeah, think about it. Like, was Brett the highest paid? Was Favre the highest paid when they won? Was Elway the highest paid when they won? Like, going all the way back.
Elway wouldn't have been.
Yeah, so going all the way back there, it's like, I don't know if this is the formula, paying Dak Prescott this much money to win games. It's more of putting the good offensive line around you and having a good defense and putting those skill players in as they fit. But
so the question then becomes, if Seattle has nobody as a backup, then if they do trade Russell Wilson, they're going to have to look for a team they're going to get a quarterback in return.
Or a draft pick to get one, yeah.
So it's like, what are they going to be willing to get in return for Russell Wilson to make it beneficial for them short term from a veteran perspective, and then draft somebody that's going to lead the franchise?
Lots of offensive linemen and a good defensive player and draft picks. Like, if you get those, you take care of two big issues for them, and you go out and you draft a quarterback and hopefully have a good guy to start the season off. I mean, it's going to be a tough ask. I don't think they would be good the first year, but maybe this next coming year, 2022, they are ready to rock and roll. So,
Fitz retired.
Right.
Fitz has come out and said I'm pretty sure I read something that said he was retiring.
Wow. Because
it was almost kind of funny, but it was one of those in which and I don't know for a fact, so I don't want to claim that I read this and know for sure. But it was one of those in which it was like Washington had interest in him, and it's like, nope, I'd rather retire type situation. Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty sure he announced that he was retiring.
These are all really good points that you're showing, Dave. Something I guess I really did think about.
Once you get out of that rookie contract, which Mike brought up, then once you start hitting that 25, 30 million a year, that handcuffs the GM
Yep.
because then you can't spend that money to build your line, to build the secondary, to put pieces around you on offense. You have to then be forced and be lucky enough to hit on every draft pick, which we all know, following our teams, does not happen.
Not in the Eagles' case.
Oh, geez.
Well, I mean, look at what Dallas did. I mean, they built a phenomenal offensive line. It just their defense was horrendous. They focused so much on the line to where the defense suffered, and then they tried to fill in gaps through free agency and hoping that some of these young guys would pick up the slack, and it didn't work out for them. Yeah, you can put up 40 points a game, but if you give up 42, guess what? You're 0-16 all day long. So it's one of those in which you got to have a defense. Now, I'm not a Dallas fan. You all know that. But, injuries also hurt them on the defensive side of the ball.
I think, to add to that too, and this is just speaking from a Seattle fan's perspective, I think I'm not the only fan or team that's done this, but you've got to knock it out of the park with your third and your fourth and your fifth and your sixth round picks. The Shermans, the Earl Thomas, like the Cam Chancellor. I mean, none of those guys, I guess Earl Thomas was a higher pick, but Sherman and Chancellor were low picks. I mean, these guys came out of nowhere and ended up being, Pro Bowl players. I mean, you got to kill it with your lower picks. So I think, I don't know if it's luck, but I think you've got to be able to, find some steals or find a free agent that's going to come out of nowhere and for cheap,
You're missing one. Brandon Browner.
Well, of course, Browner, but then I don't think, KJ Wright, I know he wasn't a high pick. Bobby Wagner, I don't know where he was selected. He's a beast still, so it's a lot of that core of that defense from back in the winning days, was, not a high pick. So,
Browner was undrafted. Then he went to the CFL, and then he got signed out of there because that was a guy I had watched and collected in 05, 04. I watched him at college in Oregon State. So when he went undrafted, I'm like, what am I missing here? That now those guys wouldn't even – that you'd have probably been a third round, fourth round pick now, but back then, no.
Right.
But yeah, that's if you have to hit like Adam Thielen for the Vikings. He wasn't drafted. Minnesota State Mankato. I mean, that was one guy. I'd read the Star Tribune. I'd read the Sunday paper, see how they did. He'd have 8 catches, 180 yards, and like 3 touchdowns from him. I'm like, okay. Then the draft day, nothing. Then the priority free agents after the draft, nothing. And so you're sitting on the practice squad for a year and a half, then you finally come in and he worked his ass off to get to that point. But it all depends on, like I mentioned before, the grading, the variables. There's so many variables. Are you in the right system? If you're in the right system, are you willing to work for that coach? Or is this coach somebody, again, doesn't matter what the player thinks, it's like, is a coach really abrasive, and that's just not a style you're used to, and something you find hard to get motivated. Again, I don't know, because there's a lot of money on the line, but maybe the player's just like, you know what, screw it. This guy's a dick. Is he like a Dick Vermeil, too emotional and too like just lovable? I mean, always wants to give hugs and is crying all the time. So there's going to be a lot of stuff. As corny as that sounds, a lot of variables. You can have the best player. Titans just traded away their first round pick from last year to Brad's team. Isaiah Wilson, tackle, Georgia, 29th overall pick, because he just didn't have his mind right. So guess what? Miami's going to take a flyer on him for a 7th round pick. I would too. So it all the variables. That's life. That's what it is. That's all you need to collect is the variables.
A lot of good points. I like that question that Brad asked. I'm curious what everybody would say to that. What do you think, dude?
That's basically how it was to be an Eagles fan for like 20 years. That's exactly how it was to be an Eagles fan. Because when Andy Reid was the coach, every year the Eagles pretty much every year the Eagles went to the playoffs, and we had no Super Bowl wins under Andy Reid. Got to one Super Bowl, and it was just so frustrating. I think we got to like 5 NFC Championship games and only won one of them. So it was just always so frustrating, knowing your team is like good, knowing you have a championship caliber team, and just can't take that final step. Then from like 2010 to 2020, I think the Eagles went to the playoffs maybe like 3 times. And then, of course, they had the Super Bowl win in 2018. So to answer Brad's question, I would, without a doubt, take the playoffs twice in 10 years with 1 Super Bowl win over 10 straight years, going to the playoffs with 0 Super Bowls.
I'm a Chargers fan, so I'll take getting to the Super Bowl. I'm going to take a win. I'll take getting to the Super Bowl.
I mean, if I can take a Mariners perspective on this, Mariners haven't been in the playoffs in 20 years. I would take a World Series. Oh, man, I would take a Mariners World Series. Would be like the greatest thing ever, man. It would trump all the Penguins Cups. It would trump the Seahawks Super Bowl demolishing. It would trump everything. A Mariners Super Bowl would be, or Super Bowl, excuse me, a World Series would be the best thing ever. So I'll take two out of 10 years with a championship. Oh yeah.
Well, Brad, you've already experienced that.
I lived it a few times myself, so I would agree with everybody else. I'd rather have 1 championship in that 10 years and only go to the playoffs twice, but win 1 championship.
Yep. I mean, that essentially, I guess the Seahawks have made the Super Bowl, but to get to the Super Bowl twice and to win one and then lose one spectacularly on the worst play of all time, I mean, that also sucks. You know what I mean? It kills the mojo of the first one so much. So yeah, I don't know. 1 championship. Championships are everything.
At least you weren't. At least you're not a Falcons fan. That's probably worse.
That was pathetic.
What happened with them?
That was pathetic. That was so pathetic.
Always look for the silver lining.
I have my opinions about that game, but I'll keep those to myself.
I think we could just keep going and going on that crap. Like the Seahawk touchdown, not a touchdown play. Anyways, a bunch of stupid stuff. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see this offseason. I'm with you, Steve. I've accepted it, and if he goes, he goes. And I mean, I'll be completely honest. I think he played like poop. Second half of the year, he was terrible. He was absolutely terrible. He had 1 good game in like 8 games. Russell did. It was awful. So, fine. If you're on the downslope of your career, maybe you'll find it with somebody else, but we could get a lot for him. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but I am. So good riddance.
He's still a good quarterback.
Oh, he's a beast. I know he is.
That's
the first half of the year. He was unstoppable. He was the MVP. First half of the season.
I'll put him in top 10 over the last few years. I mean, the kid is good, and I'll still call him a kid. But it's what.
Yeah, the media's hyping this up too. I mean, we got to remember that the media's just overhyping the living crap out of this guy. Got nothing else to write about with the NFL till the draft. So, whatever, I don't think it's gonna happen. But
yeah, speaking of the media, they're trying to make this like correlation. I was hearing it with Russell that they're trying to put the NBA mentality in these players' mind for the NFL. Have you been hearing murmurs of that, especially with ESPN? I'm like, why are they trying to plant these seeds in these football players' head to make like super teams and shit like that?
Which you can't. I mean,
I was curious to say with the cap, you can't.
Like, how are you going to do that with the way that it's structured with caps and everything? I'm like, it wouldn't work.
Right.
You would have to have superstar caliber players who aren't about the money and put their ego aside to win a championship and for it to work.
Yeah.
And that's almost damn near impossible.
I'm saying players picks on this one because if you can get, let's say he is traded to Chicago, right? That's where everybody thinks he's going to go, which is probably wrong. But if he goes there, you think, okay, what gaps do we need to fill on both sides of the ball? You got your receivers taken care of. They got a beast core there. They got a good core running backs, decent. But a good somebody for the secondary and somebody on the offensive line and then a pick or two, then you're getting at least 2 or 3 really good pieces in the draft picks. I mean, that's just a crapshoot unless you do your scouting right. So I'm saying players picks all day.
at some point though, in like all these quarterback trades, like Deshaun Watson, you're gonna have to have somebody going back to Houston. If Wilson, let's say if he goes either there, you'll have to have Foles go back to Seattle to just match up money wise. You can't just say, boom, we'll trade him and that's it, because you're gonna have such a big cap hit
Right.
on the team trading. Or if he
Yeah.
goes to Carolina for like the 8th pick and then Teddy Bridgewater, it's not going to match up exactly, but it's going to be better than like, oh, here's offensive lineman 3rd-round pick from last year,
Yeah,
a quarter
for sure.
from last year that are on the rookie pay scale, which is the peanuts,
Right.
comparatively speaking, and then a couple of picks. So you're
Well,
going to have to have some stopgap. You're going to have to find that, even if it was the Jets. Let's say you wanted to go to New York because Sierra's a big Hollywood superstar. Because not going to the Rams, you got Stafford unless you're trading Stafford for Wilson. And
Well, the Raiders are another big one too, though.
well,
I
the
was
Rams,
going to say, are the Raiders in the hunt? But
Well,
would it be Carr or would it be Mariota?
Mariota probably. I think.
I'd probably say they'd take Carr. They'd want Carr over Mariota. But I know Mariota's got the Pacific Northwest ties, so
Well, and he can move with the ball. You know, that's a big part of their offense is being able to use the option and get out on the flat, and throw passes on the run. And I don't know, dude. You're right on that, but I know the Seahawks will definitely try to get a trade that gives them lots of cap space, because even if they trade for a quarterback that's worth a lot, he'll probably be on a 1-year contract. If they can make it work that way, have a year left, and then when he's gone, their rookie's being developed, and then they've got all sorts of room to build around the rookie, just like they did with Russell his first 3 years. So, I mean, that's ideally what they would do, I would think.
1 year with an option for a second, depending on what they do in the draft or how it works out for the season.
But that's where I could see Bridgewater. That's because I think he's only got 2 years left, and I don't think there's a ton of guaranteed money on it.
I can't see them doing that. He's an injury prone. He's so injury prone, that poor guy.
I'm saying a stopgap, though. A stopgap is if you trade, you get the number 8 pick, you get some other picks involved. You're going to have to take somebody because there isn't. And even then, I don't think you could just release him without some cap penalty or whatever. But why not a Trubisky? There's your stopgap.
Well, what'll be interesting. So where does Seattle fall in the draft? I know they're further down in the 20s, late 20s,
20,
mid 20s. Okay.
Yeah.
So I could see if they're going to look for the possibility of something for the future, I could see them trying to trade up in the draft and use Russell Wilson as leverage.
I was asking my dad about the idea of like drafting a Lawrence or somebody with that kind of talent, and I feel like he was pretty confident that John Schneider would want to look for somebody like Russell who falls a couple rounds, or somebody in the second day of drafting that obviously will be cheaper but has a lot of talent but is overlooked by people. I don't know, who knows if that'll happen, but Seattle's never really gone for like a star quarterback. Russell was drafted and became one, but they've never taken guys like Trevor Lawrence or these other amazing quarterbacks. So I'd be interested to see, Steve, if they were to do that to grab a defender or an offensive lineman, or if they were to try something new.
Well, because I think Fields could fit in their system, just because Fields is a mobile quarterback.
Yeah, that's true.
I think by the 8th pick, you're going to see Fields, Wilson, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and then Lawrence all gone.
Yeah,
you think so?
Yep. It's a quarterback hungry league, and people are they're frothing at the mouth. Even if some of these guys aren't like your prototypical top of the first round picks, there's such a demand. Even with no fans last year, you have such a rabid fan base for a lot of these clubs that are just sort of mediocre, mundane, middle of the road clubs that it's like, shit or get off the pot. I mean, we don't care what you do, just do something. Go trade whatever to get these players.
Quarterbacks are like retail blasters.
Pretty much. It's like a mega box. If you find that mega box, you will get gold. You've crypto.
They better not release prison basketball in retail. There's going to be people getting shot.
That's going to be amazing.
Well, if the big retailers actually put forth the effort and do the limit stuff, then it's going to help. But I still think people are going to find ways to cheat the system.
I definitely, it's going to get violent.
Probably.
Well, there's retail is just as easy money as hobby is to them, but the bigger difference is going to be, if you think about it though, if Prism Hobby is $3 or $5 grand, and I can't remember which one I happened to see, what's retail going to be? Retail's going to have to be increased. It's going to have to.
Right.
It
I
has
imagine a blaster box is probably going to be like a few hundred. If a hobby box is a few thousand, then a blaster box with what, 30, 40 cards in it, it's probably going to be a few hundred.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if not though, that's why people get in fights and do all that stuff, you know, to each other. It's ridiculous.
I mean, even though it's crazy, I don't want to put myself in that situation.
Right.
It's just going to be so wild.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. And again, the NBA this year hasn't really churned out that top pick like the Zion. Again, I know those guys are the once a generation, once every 10 years even
Right.
talent. But I mean, Anthony Edwards has been up and down. Wiseman's been hurt for Golden State. And after that Ami Toppin for the Knicks hasn't done much of anything. It's not a superstar, oh my God class. Again, yeah, you have speculation, but there again, most of the recent sales for NBA has been the stuff that's been absolutely white hot out of the gate, the Jaws, the Zions, the RJ Barretts, people of that ilk. So I don't know if the Blasters are 200-300 for.
Dude.
I'd hate to say I'd hate to see a retro centric product where your main hit is going to be like a John Starks like Black Finite or because again that stuff the NBA is just it's literally on a rocket out of this world. Stupid pricing on nearly everything.
Everything. Yep. It's starting to bleed over into the baseball market too. There's, I don't want to share it yet, but all I'm going to say is there's a Kobe card right now that's like kind of common that's selling for ridiculous amounts of money, hundreds of dollars. And baseball has this set as well. And yeah, it's funny. A couple guys in there are selling like crazy. I'm like, dude, this was like a $5 card a year ago. What is wrong with people, man? Like, it doesn't make any sense anymore, guys. It doesn't make any sense.
I think I know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Probably a social influencer's pumping it.
Well, because Kobe is going crazy, so everybody wants the Kobe card. Like, well, I can't afford that. Let me go for this player in baseball because it's cheaper. And it's like, geez, how many more of those are we gonna have? Like, A-Rod's got one of those, but if it was like $300, that card would be a goner, man. Like, see ya. I got this for 50 cents. It's weird. Weird times, man. Weird times.
Now, let's play nice.
What's up, dude? Dodge not enough for you?
He just keeps shaking his head.
That's it. That's the only way I can play nice. That's about the best I can do. What do you want from me? I was trying to play nice. I made an attempt. So how's it going?
Good. I'm curious what your take is. Did you hear all that talk about like high-paid quarterbacks and stuff, Carlos? I mean, you're a big Packers fan, and Aaron Rodgers makes good money, right? Is he the highest-paid player on the team right now?
By far, yeah.
Okay. So do you feel like that you guys can still win with him on the team as the highest-paid player? Because I feel like that trend is to try to do it, get a cheaper quarterback and build around him, and then when he gets to be too expensive, off he goes.
The concept makes sense, but it depends on how strong your team building is. Because, the thing is, part of the reason you guys joked about how I like to hate on, Brady and Trout, but the thing is, Brady's an easy one because there's a case to be made. Here's the thing. Rodgers is the highest paid player on that team. They could have beaten the Buccaneers. They had every opportunity to beat the Buccaneers. They screwed up to get down by 18, and they still had a shot at beating the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. So what does that say?
Right.
So it's like it wasn't a team structure issue. It was a performance and execution issue.
Yeah.
So they took the same cast of characters that they had performed a little bit better. They would have gotten to the Super Bowl, and then you never know what happens because the Chiefs were hurt. Mahomes was hurt. Were the Packers configured to give him the same kind of fits? No. But could they have played a different style of game and maybe been competitive? Maybe win? You get to the game, you never know what happens. You just don't know. The Philadelphia Eagles beat, the Patriots with Tom Brady. And the thing is, they played a certain style. And then within a couple of years, they're like, okay, so who's our quarterback now? Stuff happens.
Mhm.
It's timing. It's luck. It's a little bit of everything. In a game like that, especially when you're playing one-game playoffs the whole way through, let's put it this way. Tampa Bay won the Super Bowl. Washington could have beat them. And Washington had who at quarterback?
Right.
Didn't matter. They were depleted, and they were depleted. On top of everything else, they were depleted, and they could have won. They could have beaten Tampa. New Orleans, Drew Brees retired pregame, and they still could have won that game.
Allegedly.
Yeah, exactly. But they still had a shot. They were still in that game, even though Drew Brees played about as badly as he could have played, hindered his team about as much as he could have, and still they had a shot. So there were 3 consecutive games where Tampa Bay could have been bounced, and they wouldn't have even been in the conversation, and they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Stuff happens.
Well, and I like what you said though about the luck thing too. That's what I was saying about drafting guys. You have to kind of get lucky with some of your low draft picks. They become good players.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're like, holy crap, we got this Legion of Boom that shouldn't have happened based upon the experts, and so.
But in the same vein, though, that same Legion of Boom, that same team probably should have won back-to-back Super Bowls, but they made a misplay at the worst possible moment.
Yeah.
We'll never know what would have happened if they had gone with a different play call. We can't guarantee what would have happened, but we know it would have had at least a shot at playing differently. We know what happens when you pass. So what happens if you run?
Well, I mean,
Maybe
had they
something
won that game, what happens to that team
Correct.
after? There was so much disgruntled, so many
Correct.
disgruntled players amongst Richard Sherman,
Correct.
Earl Thomas hated their coach after that.
Yeah.
So it was like,
But
never know.
that's the thin thread it takes. That's it. That's all it takes. It's just one. That was a coaching decision. And again, we don't know what the end result would have been if he had gone the other way. There's an alternate universe where Marshawn Lynch runs that ball, and then we don't know what happens. And there's multiple one alternate universe, they win the Super Bowl because of that. Another alternate universe, he runs it twice, they still don't win. But we don't know. We don't know the answer to that question because he didn't do it.
Yeah.
He did something else. Well, we know in this universe what happened.
The multiverse?
But I know I need Stewie's little machine so I can go find out what it's like there.
Yeah, because all you have to do is make a different play call, and then we'll see what happens. Take your chances, right? Because if you get stopped on one attempt, you still actually have another shot at that.
Yeah, that was just a bizarre play. I always go back and watch, and then them not calling timeout, not Seattle, but New England not calling a timeout, so confident that they were going to stop him, was just like bizarre to me. Like how they knew.
Yeah. Well, that's a Bill Belichick preparation thing. It's that he was looking at it and going like, is this idiot not going to run the ball? Oh my God, we're good to go. Let it ride. Let's see what happens.
Bizarre. Such a crazy.
But it's
play,
preparation. That's why I said New England's dynasty is impressive to me in one way, but another way it's not. It's unimpressive because it's not spectacular.
Right.
It's impressive because all they did was just not make mistakes. Which, by the way, counts for a lot. Just don't make mistakes. Let the other guy make a mistake. And then it's like, oh, if you can beat us, by the way, then congratulations, you win.
I'd be curious to know, like in the playoffs, did they have out of all the teams that have played within the year the dynasty started and ended this year? Did they have the least amount of penalties, like interceptions, like all the plays that can screw you in a game that you have to come back from? I feel like you're right. Like they didn't hardly screw up at all.
They rarely it's rarely
game.
coaching errors. It's usually they are well coached. That's one thing about Bill Belichick's team always was. It was well coached. But the other thing is, in all those Super Bowl wins, if you go back and look through them, Tom Brady had a top 10 defense every single time.
That was pretty good.
All of them were top 10 defenses, which helps. It helps a lot. Because then like, okay, you do your thing, and if worse comes to worse, we'll get you the ball back.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's a luxury because then you can. but then also on offense, they executed well. So you're executing well on offense, and then you know your defense can get the ball back for you if something happens. Great. Sounds like a winning formula to me.
Allegedly.
Exactly. But this is the thing. That's why I say, like, on one hand, I am somewhat impressed that they were able to do it for that level of time consistently. But on the other hand, look at it. It was never spectacular.
Right.
It was like, nope, we're just going to execute. We're going to out-execute you is what we're going to do. And then we're going to wait for you to screw up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll take this from you.
That was why it was so fun watching Seattle for those 2-3 years with the Legion of Boom, where they're at the top of their game, because you knew if the offense wasn't on their game that day, it's like, it's okay, the defense is going to keep us in the game. Like, to know how important and how amazing that is, like, it's you don't see that a whole lot. And the Patriots, like you said, seemed like they always had it. They always drafted well, man. They had like the last pick in the first round for so many years, and they always got like great players out of it.
Well, usually Belichick would draft backwards. He'd trade away the first round pick to grab like 3 second rounders and like 4 thirds and an 18th round. Like he go just find somebody. He goes, I just need somebody to fill a hole. So the strategy was very different. He wasn't worrying about the high end offensive talent, which eventually would come back to bite them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But you got a 20-year run out of it. So what are you complaining about? So it seemed to work for a while.
It was funny. There's a couple Patriots fans in town here, and they were like, "Oh man, our team sucks. This is terrible." I'm like, "Don't speak. Like, no."
You don't get much after 20 years of being consistently in the conversation.
Yeah, like you get a couple of years of not being good to just hang out over there for a while,
Well, the thing is, for all their whining and complaining, what do you think happens if they get an even competent quarterback in? Cam Newton just didn't play well, and he was kind of a last minute, just, all right, we'll throw him in and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a gamble. It's like, worst comes to worst, let him go. He wasn't supposed to be a long-term solution to New England no matter what.
How bad was Jarrett Stidham that he couldn't win that job?
Well, I think I think the same as a lot of people. I think Jimmy Garoppolo was the one that Belichick wanted to groom for the spot. He had worked with him already for a long time. Be like, so I'll push this guy out the door, and then Garoppolo will be my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was the plan. Mm-hmm. So, and then Robert Kraft ruined his plan. And then he was like, all right, screw it, forget it. We'll blow it up. We'll run it a little bit longer, and then eventually he'll be out of here anyway.
And Garoppolo may end up back in New England.
Yeah, it could. The QB carousel rolls on. The Dak Prescott is just one domino now. That's one thing figured out.
Yep.
But Deshaun Watson still wants out. Russell Wilson still very well could go somewhere else. Like, it's open. There's a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of teams that need a quarterback that are one quarterback away from being decent.
Yep. Mariota.
Absolutely. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of quarterbacks who are like in the second tier where it's like, with the right team, that's good enough. That's good enough with the right team.
Yeah.
It's the composition. It's kind of to your point that you were asking, though, Matt. The problem that I've had watching the Packers the last couple of years is that for many years, coaching was the Achilles heel. I would watch this like, there's plenty of talent here. Like, I'm watching this team be right on the cusp. It's like, they should have gone to 2 or 3 Super Bowls during a run there. And I'm like, why are they never getting to a Super Bowl? Because in the NFC Championship, they'll do something stupid.
McCarthy.
I mean, they had no business letting the Seahawks win that game. But that's a coaching thing, too.
Yeah,
maybe,
and it was poor execution, and it was dumb mistake. It's the anti-Belichick. It's literally like, we're going to do something stupid to let you back in this game now when you have no business being in this game. This should have been a wash. We should have been done. Let's go to the Super Bowl.
If you just watch that 2-point conversion from that game, that epitomizes everything they did wrong in the second half of that game. Like, Russell throws it across his body, the defender's there to pick it off, and he like trips and the ball lands right in the tight end's hands. You're like, what? How did this happen?
Look, all you need to know is that NFC Championship game, the one that you're talking about there, my reaction to sports is basically my reaction to big cards. It's a nice little card. I barely react most of the time. I spent 20 minutes banging my head against my coffee table at the end of that NFC Championship. I might have post-concussion to this day from that thing, still to this day. I was so angry just because of the stupidity I just watched. I can live with a bad play. I can live with a mistake. I can't live with 57 mistakes in a row.
That's how I felt about the Denver-Seattle Super Bowl.
I was just like, how? How did you do this?
I didn't even finish watching that game. I turned it off after the second quarter even hadn't finished. I'm like, I can't watch this. I'm gonna like break the TV. I'm like, no, I'm done.
I got a question though. I got a question. Would you rather have your team get blown out like that and know they have no chance of winning, or be in my position and watch the best running back in the game at the goal line not get the ball and lose the game on that play? I think that hurts 10 times worse. My opinion.
Yeah, and I won't disagree with that, but that falls on a coach's decision. I'm sorry, that's all on the
It's
coach.
100% coach's decision. Yeah.
Pete made one of the dumbest calls, if not the dumbest call, in the biggest moment of all time, and it'll never be topped. Yeah. I dare somebody to top it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was stupid.
But I mean, seriously, if you guys just kind of knew about football, like you know who the good players are, but you don't really follow it, and I were to say, okay, we got the ball on the 1 yard line, and we need to score to win the game. Pick any running back you want. That year, everybody goes Marshawn Lynch. Seriously, who else would you pick?
First down, wasn't it?
It's second down, yeah.
Second down.
Because he almost scored the previous play.
Yep.
And, I mean, who else would you pick? Like, oh, yeah, the guy that runs half the line over to score all the time, Marshawn Lynch, and you don't give him the ball. I'll never understand it.
Well, yeah, because you would have still had 2 tries.
That was the key point. That was the
Yeah.
key point. That was the key point that I mentioned as well. Is that it's not that he would have necessarily scored on that play. Is that you live to fight another day. You actually get another shot at this. You actually get multiple tries potentially, even if it doesn't work. You can try
He's probably
again.
not going to fumble. I mean,
You can try again
Yeah, I think we all agree. You run it 3 times, and then on the 4th down, you throw it.
if you have to. If you
Yeah.
have to, but at least give yourself a chance.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Give yourself
And
a chance. Give
the,
yourself a chance.
the Patriots practiced against that pass play too, right? Wasn't there
Correct.
some talk that they had practiced for that exact play to that receiver and that corner or that D-back would cut that off?
Well,
Like,
that's Super Bowl and that play in question, I believe it's in Bill Belichick's biography. I read it. Specifically, the preparation for that, it was written about in the biography. That's why I say, like, I respect Belichick's a cheater. Let's be fair, he is a cheater. But do I respect the hustle? I do. I respect the hustle.
I mean, was Butler the guy that picked it off? I'm assuming, right?
I believe that's right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's crazy too is like
Malcolm.
Jermaine Kearse makes one of the best catches that will never be talked about in Super Bowl history. Guy tumbles, ball goes down his leg, he grabs it. I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna win this game. Marshawn gets the ball, gets stopped at the 1 yard line. I'm like, this is a gimme. We're gonna beat the effing Patriots in the Super Bowl, and then pick. So
But you realize in some ways, Matt, really what Pete Carroll should be crucified for is not even just losing that Super Bowl. It's restoring the negative of the faux goat. It's basically his fault that we have to deal with it. If he had just beaten this moron, this Tom Brady idiot, then he'd have lost 3 straight Super Bowls, and we'd be done with this moron, with this idiocy. We'd be done.
oh man,
At least Ed's team did their role. You know, Tom Brady lost to a backup. Like, I'm sorry, this guy kind of sucks. And these other teams keep letting him win these Super Bowls.
That was like a big storyline for the Eagles Super Bowl, though. No Malcolm Butler. Belichick held out.
But that's the
Malcolm
beauty.
Butler
But that's the beauty of it. It's like, okay, so he lost to a backup against Philadelphia, and he lost twice to the Giants. You know, Eli Manning. That's like a 4th stringer. Like, this guy sucks. He's trash.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
All right,
That should
come
be
on.
like -8 Super Bowls, -9.
Eli was at least a 3rd stringer.
Fine, Steve. Fine. He lost to a
dude.
backup at a 3rd stringer twice.
Oh man, I mean, I'm afraid to bring up who my favorite players are in any sport because like, these guys are crap. I've never seen a worse goalie in my life. Marc-Andre Fleury, he's like a 3rd string goalie.
Look,
Get
here's
outta
the
here.
thing. I would have no problem with Marc-Andre Fleury, except he should have won with Vegas because I secretly like Vegas.
No,
I
they
just
should've,
love that they have a hockey team. Mind you, I believe this, and this is true. I'm serious when I say this. The Golden Knights thing is trash. If they had gone with Black Knights, if they had leaned into the Monty Python thing, and their chant had been "'Tis but a flesh wound," dude, they have a dynasty. They win like 8 straight Stanley Cups.
Dang man, bring it out.
The Black
Like,
Knight.
anybody else want to
Dude, the
mention
Black
their favorite
Knights,
player?
and "'Tis but a flesh wound." Trust me, dynasty. Marc-Andre Fleury can have all the rings then. I don't care. I'm cool with it.
Yeah,
good to
well, you know,
Carlos can't really dog my favorite player, really.
No, he was a beast. He was a beast.
I'm sure Carlos could find something.
I
but
could definitely find something, but I think the a very important point of order I want to make. I don't just randomly hate on people just for the sake of hating. There are certain ones though that are fun to do. There's certain
Yeah.
ones that are genuinely fun to do, and there's, like, let's say, if your favorite has a flaw. Now, if I'm doing it just to mock you, that's different. But with Brady and Trout, it's just that they have certain flaws, and they're
Everybody
talked up
does.
but they're talked
Yeah.
up to a certain. What I say is that if you're at that top tier level, then you're allowing me to split hairs. If you're not at that tippy top level, there's no reason for me to bother. Why bother? Who cares?
Nice. Well, that means Lankinen will be back in net next game.
Damn. Dallas is whooping some ass.
Subban
That's why
is not a
Carlos
good
is so
goalie.
hyped up, man. 6 goals,
Now,
Carlos.
now I know Ben got an assist. Did he get a goal? Because this guy doesn't score goals anymore, like ever. It's driving me nuts.
I just got done watching the Hurricanes game before I came in here, man. They're playing so good right now. It's really impressive to watch.
I will say that I think Pavelski scored there, Ed. I think you'll see Pavelski definitely scored.
So Dave, you know, I have to say I thought about you about a week ago or so. Dumba, didn't he score like a game-winning goal, a spectacular one, not too long ago? And I was like, oh, Dave's got to be pumped right now. They've been playing the Wild. They've been playing well too, man. They shut out Vegas, and I didn't see that coming. And they've been playing well. I've been enjoying this season. You know, Penguins are hanging in there,
And then Brodin had, I think, a goal. I don't know if he had the game winner last night or not, but he had a goal last night too when they shut him out. So
yeah, they only scored once on Fleury, but man, the freaking Vegas, they could not score a goal. It was tough.
What's the news on Bishop, Carlos? Do you know?
Well, he's still out definitely indefinitely. The injury, I think when I looked at it last, I want to say they said until at least April. It might be longer now.
You know,
Yeah, I
Ottinger's been playing good, dude. Sorry, Steve, but Ottinger
No, you're good.
had a shutout. That was impressive. It was his first career shutout, right, Carlos? Jake Ottinger?
I think that sounds right to me. It's one of those things where, I kind of what I mentioned the last live stream is that I'll watch the team peripherally. It's one of those deals where, like, at this stage in the game, I'm very iffy on that. I'm very iffy on the team itself. Like, last year was an aberration. Last year was fun because they had a run. That was cool.
Yeah.
It was a weird season, but, like, that seemed appropriate. That was the only way. Because in the play-in part of the thing, they actually play like crap. They're actually garbage in the play-in part. And then just suddenly they ran the table to get to the Stanley Cup final. And I'm like, okay, interesting. And I was like, seems appropriate that in a COVID season, you people would get to the Stanley Cup final. Really? This is the one you're going to do? Okay, fine. And then in the end, they missed out on that. That was a huge opportunity, though, against Tampa because it's like Tampa was good, but they were there for the taking, too. It's not like they were this unbeatable squad. It's like you just needed to do one more. I would have taken it, but it would have been just a weird season. It would have been a weird Stanley Cup victory. It's like, all right, my team won something in HD. Yeah.
I feel like
There's no fans or anything, but I'll take it. It's in high definition.
That's funny.
No, they needed to have a repeat against Las Vegas in order to beat Tampa Bay, it seemed.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't look like the same team.
If you go back earlier in the playoff, they had I want to say Colorado. There was a thing where like Colorado had them in a game like right at the end they're dead to rights and they randomly scored a couple of goals to tie and then they managed to win in overtime and it was like the flukiest thing that could have happened right at the end of the game and I was like, okay then, I'll take it. As soon as that happened, I was like, maybe. We'll see how far they can carry this because you got to get a little bit lucky that way to see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, how are you feeling about the Flyers this year? I mean, they've kind of been up and down. Have you been following them much?
It's been a little frustrating. They've been playing good, and then they've been having stretches where they just look like total ass.
Yeah.
And then their defense has been struggling. Carter Hart was struggling a little bit. The fan base is like, some people are blaming Carter Hart, other people are blaming the defense, but they've been dominating the Sabres.
I mean, everybody's been dominating the Sabres.
I was about to say, I don't skate, and I'm willing to take you, me, Dave, the hockey oracle, and Matt on this screen against the Sabres.
4-on-5. I'll play goalie. You guys take care of the ice, and we're good.
We'll grind them down, and we'll beat the Sabres. It'll be like 1-0, but we'll beat them.
Hey, shut up. Let's go.
Chase.
Well, it's not like they know how to score goals. They literally had a game where they didn't get a shot on net in the third period when they were behind. They did not get a shot. A shot.
That explains why my Taylor Hall rookie is decreased in price so much.
Because he's on that team and they couldn't get a shot? Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly. Get him to a good team.
Forget about a
please.
goal. How about a shot? Let's go with a shot.
I hate
like
my
when
life,
Brist-
Ghost Sabres. Oh, man.
Like
Yeah,
was-
Mike's a Buffalo fan, so
Understandable. I
but
can't
no,
believe it.
I mean, I think they're playing okay, but they're not gelling at the right. Like they haven't gelled yet, so they have been. They were sliding pretty bad there for a while, where they were playing the Bruins and the Penguins. They're getting their ass kicked. But
Carlos, you have the standings in front of you. Where are they in that Eastern?
What, Philadelphia?
Yeah, I think the Penguins have probably leaped them because they won again today. And
I
then
do have it.
is that Dumba?
But that was
no,
actually
David,
really good. That was a good pickup though, Dave.
Oh,
I like the green PMG. It's a good pickup. It was a good one.
That's my other current hockey guy.
Look at you.
And then I had to kind of do, I was trying to stay against Vegas goalie cards of Fleury. I'm like, no, Penguins only. But that was hard to pass up, man. I got to admit. Like, that's just like the perfect card. I love it.
Yeah, on the canvas cards, they did a pretty good job with those. So Philly is fifth in the Mass Mutual East, in the beautifully named Mass Mutual East.
Pitt's up to third now behind Washington. Yeah, I mean, Boston won't stay that bad, will they? They're going to move up.
well, Boston has been dominating the Flyers. Like the Flyers can't get a win against Boston for whatever reason.
Yeah, their goaltending's definitely had trouble, but so is Pittsburgh's. Thankfully, Malkin's starting to wake up and they're starting to score goals. So watch out.
Mike, which draft are you referring to? Since we're on the hot hockey subject, I'm guessing you're referring to hockey.
I have no clue.
Well, when you have a $7 million player a year or whatever Jeff Skinner is, and he's a healthy scratch, that's not exactly conducive to a winning team.
Right.
No,
Well, it's not like he scored 40 goals once upon a time. It's like what do you like? He's a grinder, right? Like he's a fourth line grinder, I believe.
And you're paying us $7 million to be a fourth line grinder?
Absolutely. In Buffalo, you pay $7 million for a fourth line grinder, man.
I mean, I'm just learning the game to a whole new level, and I'm
Listen,
I'm
you,
loving
first
it.
liners you pay like $1.97. Ed's going to be starting for the Buffalo Sabres. He's going to be first liner. I think he gets $16 an hour. You know, you can't go minimum. You got to go a little above it.
You gotta pay me more than PSA.
Yeah, more than PSA. Yes,
Yeah.
we can do that. We can do that.
Wow. I was kind of reading about something kind of strange. Is that when the season first started going, the Penguins tried to trade for Fleury when he was splitting time with Leonard. And then Leonard went down with an injury, and now Marc-Andre Fleury is, if the Vezina was voted on today, he'd probably win it over Vasi. I mean, I know they're neck and neck, but that's just crazy. The dude's 36, and my team was like, sorry, we're going to keep Matt Murray because he's cheaper, and he helped us win a couple cups, but even though you're good, peace out. Now he's been 10 times better than Murray. It's a shame. It's been a shame. But whatever. It's how it goes, right? If he wins
I think salary cap and all that stuff there too. I mean, you can only, if you got Crosby, you got Malkin, Letang, I think it's still there.
Yeah.
I mean, they've traded prospect after prospect over the years, so at some point you want to sort of replenish that pool, but I think, was that the draft they let him go?
During the expansion, they let him go. Yep.
So I mean, at some point, even though now it looks foolhardy, at that point, you want him making whatever it was, $5-6 million a year with the guys on the books, and then hey, somebody's coming up for an extension, or let this Matt Murray kid play. He looked pretty good in spot duty when Fleury's been hurt. I get it. It sucks because again, you hate to see, if we had the magical 8-ball.
Right.
See what he did last couple of years.
He's been amazing. Got a good defense on his team too, though, man. That defense, like you watch them play, and you watch the Hurricanes play defense, both those teams, and then you watch the Penguins play D. You're like, oh god, here comes another shot from the point. Here comes another one right in the crease. Yeah.
Dogecoin? What's that up?
No, that's his GameStop. That's his.
Yo, Carlos, break that down for me. What's going on there?
So the important thing is, one of the key comments that I made, what I referenced earlier is that I said that I knew that if he brought on Cryptogriff, we would get either Dogecoin or GameStop thing. And I said, if this happens, then I'm going to bug Steve for a link because, for God's sake, someone has to deal with this nonsense. Someone has to put a stop to this idiocy. He doesn't even want to call himself Cryptogriff or Wesker Griff, which is, his fake name. Now it's just this nonsense, GME. Look at this. GameStop.
How much a share? 300 a share?
246.
Well, how many shares do you actually have, Cryptogriff?
Oh no, I don't. I'm not buying anything that's possible.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's even in your damn name, and you don't buy a damn share of the stupid thing. Speaking of overrated, hashtag trash.
Oh man, that's
dude,
funny.
though, it was $40 like 3 weeks.
Well,
ago.
then why weren't you buying?
Because I was scared.
That was like 3 hours of your PSA hourly rate. Get on it, man.
That's funny.
Dude, Dave Portnoy took a huge loss. He sold all his shit at like 40 a share, and now it's back up to 246. I wonder what he's thinking right now.
Well, did he buy higher, or did he buy when it was cheaper?
No, he bought at the peak.
He has lots of money. I'll get over it. It'll be tough. It'll be tough. But I'll get over it. It'll be fine.
The internet, Reddit, and Twitter, they're like, don't sell, paper hands. Don't fucking sell. And he sold it all.
Yes.
Sold it all.
But see, then that could constitute potentially losing millions. How would you like to be old Elon Musk and lose like 10 billion or whatever in a day or some shit?
Dude, Tesla's been getting their ass kicked.
Yeah, well, the thing is that they got... Okay, so reluctantly, I'll actually give a real analysis.
Yes.
See what you've done. You forced my hand. Okay, the problem with all those... I'm not even going to address GameStop. I'm not even going to deal with that nonsense. But Tesla's easier to figure out because they had such a big run up. It's not about like, yeah, they've taken a drop, but then go look at what the chart was for the last like 6 months to a year. Like, yeah, if you keep going up and up and up, you're going to have to correct it because at some point somebody's going to be sitting there like, how much money have I made? And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to sit there and go. Stocks, it's more straightforward because at a certain point, some people are going to be like, okay, I can cash out, take a bunch of money, and then sit back and figure out my next move. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Dave knows. Exactly. But the thing is, that's in the stock market, that's a normal cycle, though. If something gets a huge run up, there's going to be a bunch of people who are going to be like, okay, let me cash out a bunch of my position, take the gains, and I will get back in the market, but now let me see what my new spot is. Because you want the stuff that's getting the gains, because you can't go up indefinitely forever. Mm-hmm. GameStop is a little bit cheating because it's like, okay, there's a bunch of folks that are like, oh, we're going to stick it to the man. It's like, we're just going to keep running this damn thing up into the heavens. Well, eventually a couple of people are like, wait a minute, I actually am making a lot of money on this. I might be able to buy a Ziggy Puffy rookie on this money. Hold on. If I cash out now, this might be it. It's super yacht money, people. It's super yacht. But that's
memes,
a normal,
Carlos, the memes.
Yeah, it's like, but that's a normal market cycle. That's actually what's supposed to happen. Tesla actually makes a lot of sense the way they're doing their thing. What was interesting with Tesla is when Elon Musk decided to start screwing around with cryptocurrency people. They're like, oh yeah, we bought $1.5 billion in crypto. Bitcoin is like, to the moon. It's like, I think Bitcoin's a bit overpriced. To the basement. It's like, but wait, I think it's, and then the other folks are buying into it. It's like, wait a minute, back to the moon. It's just fun to watch. It's a good time.
Crazy stuff, man.
But the Tesla thing actually is straightforward. It's like, if you are making a ton of money, like I said, you guys talked about cards before, like when do you cash out of certain cards or you're afraid of buying in. It's like a stock isn't like that. It's like, you're not necessarily attached to it. It's like, I bought it at 100, it's $1,800 now. Well, sell it and get your 1,700 gain. Take your money. Walk away. You can buy something else. And if it does well too, you can sell that too. It's fine. But it's one of those things. Like with the card thing, you can introduce the collecting element of it. Maybe you won't get it back. Like Ed's into the One Soto side of it as much as I am. But I'm not necessarily buying a lot of One Soto right now. Just because the way the prices have gone, I'm not going to touch it. Unless it's something like inexpensive. Because there's a lot of inexpensive One Sotos. Some cool cards that you can get that are cheap. It's fun. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to be running around buying rookies. But I've got a small stack of them that I've been sitting on for some time. I've got multiples of a bunch of the different ones that I'm like.
And they give good dividends, Brad.
Yeah. Exactly.
Funny. I mean, but that is really interesting too, though. You know, with Juan Soto is like, I was thinking this, and I try to make this point on Instagram. I don't know if you read the descriptions sometimes, Carlos, but like, there's some really cool cards for cheap out there still. I mean, you can find a card that's $5, a Juan Soto, Tyler Glasnow, that you know, Dumba, that looks just as nice as that $150 card, if not better. You know, like, there's so much put on these like big cards that I love that people overlook the $4 or $5 card out of 100 that looks sick. You know,
That was a big chunk of my ComC order. For the baseball side of it, I loaded up on those $1 to $5 Juan Soto cards. That's what I was looking for. Now, here's the thing, though. One of the things that I picked up for a little while there is Prism and Optic Gold cards, because those are the out of 10. And what happened is I picked up a bunch of them, and the most I paid for one was like $60 or $70. Now, I'm perfectly fine with that. But if one of these days a lot of these basketball guys start going like freaking out, they're like, wait, aren't the golds in like basketball through the roof? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, wait, what are the out of 10s going for in like baseball? It's like they're unlicensed. But some of those unlicensed cards have started to go up as well. And it hasn't really mattered. So if you have the gold version sitting around, I may have 4 or 5 of them. But if you have the gold version sitting around, stuff happens. If they lose their minds, I'll let them have it. I'll keep one for myself, but I've got 4 or 5 different inserts in the gold version out of 10. We'll see. Either way, though, if not, then I'll keep them. They're nice, shiny, fun cards.
Right.
But if they do, and they do lose their mind, well, then, you know, mega yacht money. I'll get to live like, you know, Amish Dave for a little while. Just for like a little while.
I think it's just going to be so insanely stupid this year, baseball season. I think the volatility, which with specifically baseball cards during the season, is just going to be so stupid. I think like if like say on like opening day, if like Juan Soto goes 4 for 4 with like 2 homers, it's just going to be so dumb. The
Joel Farabee effect, right? Dude gets freaking 5 points against the Penguins, and his rookie cards go up to like $30. Yeah. Who's going to be the first big baseball rookie to go crazy this year? Like, because that will be the guy, you know, just like with the Yankees prospect last year, who hasn't even played one game, but his cards are extremely expensive.
Jason Dominguez, yeah.
Jason Dominguez. Like, who's going to be the guy this year? Like, who does the hobby decide who it's going to be? Like, does performance determine that?
The thing though is that so Ed did the video where he talked about the Juan Soto thing, where there was a delayed reaction. Juan Soto actually did perform. They won a World Series, and there was still a delayed reaction.
That's weird. Not now. It wouldn't happen that way.
Yeah, like baseball.
Not going to happen now.
Yeah, baseball has had this like weird delayed reaction thing, where like stuff can. If somebody identifies the guy, like Jason Dominguez has done nothing, and his cards have been high. Wander Franco, to a certain degree, has done nothing, but certain cards have done well. But like I said, we had the guy in Juan Soto who wasn't seen necessarily out of the blocks to be a thing, but then he had a pretty good rookie year, and in his second year he had a better year. The team went to the World Series and won.
Right.
And he was all over the place, and you could have bought it cheap all the way through.
That's crazy stuff.
Super cheap. Like nothing happened. I was buying it the year they won the World Series. I bought a bunch of his rookies during that time. It was not a problem. I bought his Chrome for $15. It's not a problem.
And he endeared himself even more because of who the Nationals beat that year.
Sure. Yeah. So this past year, obviously the team wasn't very good, but Soto himself individually had a good season for that.
Yeah,
Won a batting
title.
It was a good season, and he hit home runs, so he showed power, he showed average, he did all the things you could do in a short, compressed season.
Yeah, no, he's fantastic, you know. But I kind of have a hope. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of have a hope like this insane, crazy market from basketball doesn't continue to bleed too much into the other sports. You know, hockey's starting to catch up, but I really don't want to see that happen where a guy in basketball has a good week and his rookies are $150 for his base Prism or whatever. You know,
you might see a level of craziness if the 2021 rookie class is as good as they're going to be advertised. Topps Chrome 2021 is just going to be absolutely bonkers. So dumb.
So Dave, get in line now. Just right now, while you're on the podcast, just take the phone with you and get to the line.
I mean, I'm so thankful that my guy is still cheap in baseball. You know, his Chrome rookies, his Tops rookies. I got a PSA 10 for under $40, and I'm so stoked that you can't hardly find that anymore with anybody. So, yeah, I'm so glad I don't collect a rookie or a young guy because I'd be screwed. There's no way. None of us could collect like that, you know?
No.
Young rookie
No.
or Mike Modano patch card, you know?
Well, I sold when I sold the PSA 10 Chrome Soda, one of the ones that I had.
Yeah.
And I basically bought a bunch of Modano patch cards and things.
I mean, which
I
one
got
would you like more?
I got a couple of 101s out of it and a bunch of
What
other
did you
stuff.
sell, Carlos?
The Chrome Soda rookie.
Like what? Like a couple
PSA 10.
weeks ago? A couple
Oh.
weeks ago,
It was,
though?
it was a couple of weeks ago, yeah.
What was the
Probably got
turnaround
like
on
what?
that?
A nice 400?
5.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it was an easy sell, and then I immediately flipped it over to buy a couple of other cards, and I bought a cold storage wallet for my crypto. So
Unbelievable.
I was able to do that as well as part of, in addition to getting a bunch of my other cards. But the thing is, like, I figured, all right, screw it. I didn't want to buy it with my own cash, so then I sold the card that I paid $15 for, and I graded for $20. I had $35 into it and sold it for $500,
That's crazy.
as you do.
That's what this market's making you have. You have to. How can
Yeah,
you
but
not?
the thing is, when I was chatting with somebody about it, it's like, well, here's the thing. I have a rainbow Tops Juan Soto sitting in the box. I have the from the Select. I have the silver prism. I have an aqua numbered prism. I have a bunch of the other numbered Soda rookies for the Tops Heritage Chrome. I have the refractor. I have the purple refractor. I have the other one. I haven't sold any of my good ones, quote unquote.
Carlos,
nice
we
to
need to invest in a safety deposit box.
Obviously. But the thing is, like, if he continues to do well and they do well, like, I sold probably one of my nice cards, but one of. The point is, I bought a stack of them at the time when they were cheap.
Yeah.
So right now it's like it's made money. Like, it took care of itself. I'm sitting in black already.
Tyler Glasnow wins a Cy Young and a World Series MVP or something, I'll be sitting pretty. Can get any flurry cards I want. Right?
But it's nice. But it's nice if you happen to be fortunate enough to have a couple of extras, because for a
Yeah.
couple of those cards, it's not one. So it means I have the luxury of, if he goes up enough, I can sell one and still have 2 or 3 or 4 in some cases.
I think that's good for all of us to look at in that sense. Is if you have a player that you like a lot that's cheap, that has a lot of potential, grab 4 or 5 of his rookies. I definitely followed that
It's
advice.
all cold storage, Bobby. You're right. It's all
Yeah.
cold storage. Dave's a little colder. He's got the coldest storage, but we still got pretty cold storage over there.
I'm glad when I made the decision for Brodeur that I didn't say, hey, we're going to join the Cup revolution and collect those, because I'd shared with Carlos earlier, mid-afternoon, with 5.5 hours left. There was a Cup patch auto. I don't know if it was what was it?
It was out of 35. It was one of the signature. It was a signature auto patch card.
And I mean, nice patch. No getting around that. It wasn't like the skimpy 3-color. It was a bold 3-color, but to
Chunky.
35, numbered to 35.
Mhm.
Guess the price on it at that time.
400.
Higher.
Oh wow, jeez.
By a multiple.
675.
1,200.
Higher. Now Matt's close, very super close now. Super
Really?
warm.
What did they end at?
1350.
1184 and change, and it went
over.
time, I think, during this podcast, but
Jiminy Christmas, that's ridiculous.
But the thing is, the thing that I was saying to Dave though is, I can justify a lot of things price wise in the current market, but out of 35 is the part I can't.
no.
If it was out of 10 or out of 5 or something, I might be able to get myself there. But out of 35, like, I've been watching a lot of the Cup cards. Now, mind you, in fairness, I will throw something out, and this might be a thing, Dave, something to monitor and keep an eye on. Because the current iteration of the Cup is like $1,000 a tin, that might be messing with people's perception of it. Because I had a Cup card, a Modano autograph Cup card, that they had to buy it now for $50. And I looked at it and I go, well, it's out of 99. So I'm like, I'll offer you 40. They had it for 50, buy it now. And I offered 40. But instead of doing that, they pulled it and then put it back up for 100. I'm like, you didn't want to accept the thing at 40 and you had it to buy it now 50, so you made it 100? Yeah. So then when they made it 100, I offered 40. I'm like, my answer has not changed, sir, madam. My answer has not changed.
That's funny. That's really the cup this year has generated a lot of hype. They did some different cards that I think I listened to an interview with one of the Upper Deck guys who works there, and he was talking about how they tried some new things and it's generated a lot of hype as a hobby. Was it on the In the Crease podcast?
Yeah, probably. Billy Cilio is the one who does the design for them now on the hockey side, so he's the guy. He's a nice guy. I've chatted with him a little bit.
Have you? Yeah, you ought to get him on yours at some point. I mean, he's a really fascinating guy to listen to.
I would, but it would be basically, so Billy, what is wrong with you psychologically? Like, seriously, this Medano checks. We got to talk, bro.
Yeah.
Like, listen, speaking of hashtag overrated, what is this trash? And by the way, I saw these cup cards. Speaking of overrated trash, goddamn, son. Did you even look at them? Were you looking at their Stevie Wonder glasses? This is garbage.
Maybe don't have him on then.
It would just be me roasting him for an hour.
I know, God.
It would be my highest viewed podcast of all time. Roast crap. Billy Cilio, and he's just dealing with the singe marks for months.
Well, the other question, though, just out of curiosity, the cup is the exquisite of hockey.
It is. And it has exquisite within it some of the years, too. They'll throw exquisite cards in it, yes.
Correct. So it's one of those in which, because of the explosion in the exquisite hockey market, or basketball market, that could have also started to kind of circle back into the hockey market.
I think right now everything high end is hot. Like if it's high end, it's hot. Yep. I think I understand it to a point, but the part of the reason that I would have so much fun roasting Billy on it is that normally the cup is aesthetically a pleasing brand. Like normally they make some nice cards. Part of the reason that I'll still buy them is because they're nice cards. Mm-hmm. This year they saved me some money because some of them are genuinely hideous. Like I think they're uninspired trash. I'm also not going to mince words on it. Like normally the cup is very good. Like I like a lot of the cards the cup produces. So my expectations are in accordance with, this is a high-end brand. I expect a really quality design. If it's bad, I have to call it out as bad.
That does not make it true.
That totally makes it true. I disagree.
On that note, I have my family to go chat with, but it was nice to see all you guys.
You tell them it's also true.
I will. I will tell them, Carl. I'll say, hey, guys, dad, sister, Carlos, this guy that you've never met before, says it's true.
It's true. And they're going to be like, yeah, I know, Carlos. I watch your stuff. Yeah, I agree. It's true. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Steve, Dave, Wesker, Griff, Carlos, nice to see all you guys. See you, Ed.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah, take care, guys.
I actually have to step out too, so I'm going to leave you guys with Carlos.
Make sure to update your crypto position on your social medias. It's very important.
Indeed.
Hashtag disclosure. Come on. We know what you're pumping and dumping, so tell the truth. Don't lie to the people.
Did you see that video I did with Filmington?
Were you pumping and dumping? I know, I saw that.
The buy, sell, hold?
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Did you enjoy that one?
Oh, I did. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, yes, this is exactly what I need, what we need in our collective lives. We need Filmington and hashtag crypto grip. I was like, why didn't you sell them on some Doge? Like, this was a missed opportunity. Like, let's talk enough about Wander Franco. Let's talk some Doge.
Dude, I can't believe Wander Franco was like pushing like almost 350 on those charts.
Well, if Dave would stop buying all the Wander Francos, Dave.
I've got a mega PSA 9 that I got for $8. So I don't know what that stands now, but that could be another stupid profit card at some point. And
I think it's about at least $8.59, give or take. Mm-hmm. I'm comfortable in saying that. At the very least, $8.59.
Profit is profit.
Easy.
Well, as I said for most of the cards, hold the line. So hold the line, fellas.
Well, that was my favorite part. He literally was like, hold almost everything. He goes, what is it? $88, Greg Jeffries, guys. That's a hold for me. That is a total hold. And by the way, that's only part 1. If you go to the Filmington channel, there will be part 2 where we'll get to $88 Greg Jeffries.
Allegedly.
I can only hope. I would love to see that analysis. That's very important to me.
I know you'll be watching.
Oh, I will.
All right, guys. Have a good one, okay?
Have a good one, Ed. Thanks for stopping in.
Take it easy.
Take care.
And then there were 3.
Yep.
So, Dave, we are coming up on the 3.5 hour mark. However, I know you have a certain package from an individual. I have one as well. So, Mike, are you actually still here, or did you
Fall asleep.
call it a night?
While
I
you're
had
establishing that, can I now denounce the lies of Cryptogriff? Because this will be fun now. So one quick thing. This is actually a quick point of order. Is that PSA set registry? It's a free account. You just create it. You don't need to be a collector member. It's free. You can just create an account and it's fine. You're good. I will say also that the point about the set registry one is actually the most interesting one, because during that piece is actually, I'm going to be curious to see what PSA does to accommodate. It's a cash cow, the set registry. They can't ignore it, but at the same time, they also do want to discourage some of the low end submissions. So it's like this weird, delicate dance they're going to have to do, because you do want to push it back, but at the same time, you don't want to throw away those beautiful, beautiful submission totals from people submitting their 1971 Topps base cards for the set registry. So that'll be an interesting thing that'll be coming up once they try to figure that out, because they're not going to throw away the set registry. It's too much money for them. But at the same time, they can't have it working with it. Paul, this is how it's done. That's how it's done. I let Cryptogriff have his moment. I let him speak his lies, and then I was tired of him filling my life with lies. None of this nonsense. He can go hang out with Filmington if he wants to talk about Juan DeFranco, like anyone cares. Juan DeFranco.
Aye. So Mike is still here.
Sweet, go for it.
Mike hooked Dave and myself up. So he is a follower of us, always here. Also posts on Instagram. I told him that at a minimum I would open mine. Dave, I don't know what your plan was. I assume you have it near you. He's already pulled his out. I hadn't even opened mine.
I didn't even look at the, because I got the special birthday. So
I know you said it was nothing too crazy, and you were concerned at the fact that hopefully you don't have all of them. And it's even if I don't, the fact that you thought of us is the most important part of it.
Edward's Wonderful Spa.
That was where Ed was saying with all the cards at PSA what would happen if there was a fire, and I said it was glorious. I mean, terrible, tragic, horribly tragic. I mean, super tragic.
If a fire occurred
Glorious.
at the old PSA
Glorious.
folding cell.
That'd be amazing, Dave. Don't lie. That would be amazing.
So did you get a note, Dave?
I did.
And it's obvious he wants us to run for president in 2024.
And did you see the order of it though? That's the
Yes, you being the president, me being yes, I saw that.
What you should have done is you should have reversed it on each of their notes. That would have been funny. For each one of them, flip it. Missed opportunity.
So mine says, Steve, just a little something that goes better in your collection. Hopefully there is one amongst them you don't have. LOL. Feel free to move any if it helps get you something for the PC. Insert Revolution podcast has been awesome. And Mike, 25, Modown, 25.
Mine says, Dave, Steve is a dead weight and should have been exiled a long time ago. Why you don't
That's
have
right.
Why you don't
That's about right.
Baseball collector on here? I don't know why. No, it said IRP has been a great addition to the hobby. Mode. You have most, so feel free to move it to fund the PC. You can find packs if you try to I'll have to open at some point and enter it. And with the little.
Oh, you even got you got an Amish drawing.
So what you're saying is you should have been wearing a hat, Dave, during this. What you're trying to tell me?
I have, if you go way back in the old archives, what would have been 12? Like January or February 2012. I think.
Well, Dave, when you have a brand, whatever that brand might be, Steve's got his hat. You could have your hat. I'll just put this on the screen while you guys are doing your thing.
92 Bowman design.
Yep.
Nice.
I looked at the different ones and I figured, why not?
You should have had 91 Fleer.
Listen, if Topps had allowed it, I would have, Dave. Not my call. I had to work with a design that worked with the picture well. I had to find the best one.
Julius Thomas to 99. We've got some TD cards in here.
Well, I'm already on the. I would say the second one, but the first one was actually pretty good. See, there's my sponsor for the day.
So, unfortunately, Mike, I do have all these, but I do not have that.
Well, it's a newer one, isn't it? Out of the newer.
Yes, it is. It is.
That's good.
And I do not have this because a lot of the newer stuff, like I say, I do not have. And I know I don't have. He went on the mosaic kick. So this is nice. Love these. I've looked at a few Terrell Davis lots on the mosaic side, so that is freaking awesome. And the green, I'm gonna have to start working on the rainbow, Dave. And I got a pink.
Seems like the rainbow's being laid out in front of you.
Yeah. And then I think this is the orange reactive.
That sounds right, because I remember seeing that. I think I bought on ComC like a Joe Burrow in that one. I want to say that's a Fanatics one, because there is one that's a Fanatics exclusive. That might be that one. It might be something else, though.
And then one more pack. But Dave, go ahead. You can share one of yours.
We got a Northcutt Dominion. Ryan Rolston, the left rookie. One of the super side PCs trying to grow. Mr. Herman
If
Munster
every
Moore.
player in creation is a side PC, does it count as one of? Doesn't that seem redundant? Just throwing it out there. Just asking.
It's from the Department of Redundancy department. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, at this point, you are literally collecting creative players that I just made up.
well, if they get adequate enough stats or decent enough stats that
Well, why do you think I had that Carlos card made? Like in MLB The Show 07, I was a god.
Miguel Sano,
Don't you know?
he's a monster. I saw him, I think he hit 3 home runs in one game that we went to against the Diamondbacks a few years ago. More Pro Bowl die cut.
It's a gold die cut.
Pacific.
I like that design.
When you do a proper die cut, it's pretty solid.
Good old Carl Pickens.
Somebody's been picking up a bunch of some cards of some player. I won't mention who, but
You.
I said I wasn't going to mention them. And
This
it
is-
isn't.
This is
Allegedly.
cool. So, those people who know me, UTX drafted into the NFL. So this is out of Press Pass, one of the die cuts. That's pretty cool. Upper Deck Livewire, which I had this one. The TD Salute. I had the whole set, like 5 of them. Topps Finest. With the film. There's your die cut. Can't remember if I have that one or not. Atlanta Attitude. At some point,
that one, I think there's what, 3?
There's 3 parallels, and one of them I still have no idea how to tell the difference.
Yeah,
One of those, eh?
Yeah. Well, Warp Tech I can figure out because it's got the bubbles. It's got like the bubble look on it, but there's a enhanced, or I can't remember what the deviation is, but artist proof. Can't go wrong with another artist proof. Flair Showcase.
Nice.
I love Flair Showcase. Is this going to be the sample? Yep. Little Universe sample. Can't remember if I have the sample or not. Oh, this is nice. Mirror Red. What year is this? 2001. Mirror Red, numbered to 75. And I'm pretty sure I don't have this one.
Sweet card.
So, appreciate you, Mike. Very much so. Now you're forcing me to start working on a Mosaic Rainbow. Thank you.
Which is good. There's a WA Ultimate, I think, Defense.
Is that Wall?
Yeah. I think go to MVP. Might be Upper Deck, just regular.
Well, if it's MVP, usually they stick the MVP logo right in the front, so you can usually tell pretty quick. Most of the years, anyway.
No, just Upper Deck.
What year? Do you know? Does it say in the back?
2000.
If you can read it.
Yeah,
No, but what I'm
2000.
saying is that depending on the year, for the more recent ones, I mentioned that in like my last mail day is like around 2005 they just started putting the brand on the back, which made life a lot easier. Right around 2005, 2006 they started just putting it on the back every year, which is
Which
easier.
I wish they do with all that stuff, and not in.
Yeah, no, but it's actually a good feature. I was like, no, good, thank you, because then I know what the heck what brand is this? Great, year and brand. Thank you. Put it on the back. That'd be great.
And especially if you got on like an eBay or ComC, guess what? I can see right there. It's an MVP or
There are some years where basically I have to look at the copyright date and like try to reverse engineer it and make sure if I read it right, did I get the right copyright date? Am I saying it correctly? Like, it's annoying.
slightly.
Yeah.
So the Red Refractor auto I picked up a few weeks ago. There's a Dougie
Black.
For $2.99. This is nice because I've always been a big fan of this set. This was one I long ago wanted to try to put together, and the Brady basically stopped me from trying.
Oh, the final score.
Which is 33 or 40.
That's nice.
And this is where I've got a lot of the low numbered ones. So some of and again, 36 isn't a high number, but for triple threads, it's the highest, and I don't know if I've got that variation. Because I stuck so much with the 101s or the 3 or whatever. I'm pretty sure I've got this, but I see the serial number.
That's number to 5.
No.
$25.
25?
Well, 7 or 25, which is Naomi's birthday. So I, me being Mr. Sentimental. That's to 27. Which this is far too much, Mike, again. I'll uncover his pretty face for the last one.
That's number to 5 or 10. Yep, number to 5. Yep. Jason Morrow. Yep.
So,
wow.
Again, way too much. Absolutely. Much appreciated, though. Absolutely much. What's going on, Mason?
Now the issue is we're going to have is you will have to disclose more than the sets that you're working on, because we sure the heck don't want to bid you up, for instance, and your main guy being Jameer, that may prove to be difficult. So you're going to have to come off with some other suggestions and recommendations, because I don't want to speak for Dave, but we do like to repay the favor.
Yeah, and don't say high grade Acuna SSP tops updates or bat.
Yeah, that's going to be a big no.
Why must you consistently ruin joy, Steve? Why must you ruin joy?
You know, much love, much respect, but that's a little bit out of the price range.
Well, maybe for you, but you're presuming for Dave. He is the mega yacht money guy. Like I mentioned, like I aspire to sell millions of dollars worth of cards so I can like speak to a fraction of like Dave's lifestyle for like a month. Just for like a month.
Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Seems legit to me. Seems legit.
Don't have any of those.
Congrats, Mason.
Oh, congrats.
Nicely done, Mason. Nicely done. And to your question before, doing well. Doing well.
And Paul, shut up.
Attaboy, Paul. Good job. Hashtag
Hey,
invest.
sometimes it's not all about the money in those situations. So I don't know if anybody saw it on Instagram, but DC Cardboard Underground shared the card I sent him just because he and I had been interacting, and he had mentioned, you know, he'd be interested in buying like a lower grade one. Well, it's one of those in which I don't know if I'm going to grade all of them or not, type situation. And it was like, you know what? I've got like plenty of them. I know it'll go somewhere. I know he'll appreciate it. I know he's getting his kids involved. He's educating his kids. That was a no-brainer for me. So it went his way without any hesitation. PSA 10s are $1,000. Just throwing that out there.
I should take a peek. I've got the tops, the redemption of Iverson.
You have it? Wow.
That was another wonderful sort of hidden Facebook auction page where every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, they had like a week-long thing, and that's when it ended. I don't think on any of the pages I've been on over the past 4 or 5 years, I was as nervous as I was for that card, and this was 4 years ago or whatever. Just because of, I remember ripping the shit out of packs. I got the Kobe redemption. I got, I think, the Ray Allen. I don't know if I got the Camby or the Kittles. I mean, John Wallace was in there somewhere in the pulls. I love that product, and I got rid of all of them because I was stupid and I traded them for stuff that eventually I'm sure I traded away those. But to get that Iverson, I think for $7, like, you guys are all dumb.
What's the card I want most right now? One that I've seen and would have a possibility would be the PMG Red of Terrell Davis. That's at the top of the list right now because it could be a possibility. Keyword could.
Now, Dave, this is critical. He said card want most right now. That implies like one. Because every card in creation could be your answer if you want to go that route. If it's composed of matter, basically Dave wants it.
Pretty much.
Mind you, if Panini Blockchain comes up.
So we'll let Dave think for just a minute. How about you, Carlos? Anything stick out
I'll
for
go
you?
with the run. I go with the run for the cup. 96, 97, Black Diamond, run for the cup. That's one of the toughies left. The Z Gold would be like right up there too. That's the one that I know would probably be the priciest, but the run for the cup aesthetically is the superior card. It's a real nice one. The Z Gold would probably be the more expensive of the two. I wouldn't turn down either one, but I'd have to hope to have the money sitting around to play that game because it would be cheap in either instance.
Yeah, because I had a feeling the Z Gold would be.
had to be
Originally I thought that's what you would go with, but
yeah, the run for the cup one is just aesthetically the prettier card. Like if you say like what would be the one you'd want, but the Z Gold would be like the remaining crown jewel. That would be like that's the piece. That's the PMG green of what's left.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so that's a toughie of the toughies just because of the way it worked out with the distribution. So that'd be one. The superscripts are right up there too, just because they're out of 25, but they don't show up.
Yep.
But I would say run for the cup or Z Gold are right. Swap them, one or the other.
Dave, I have a feeling went and actually grabbed the card, so he can't really answer that question because he already has it in his possession.
Well, no, one for Mike. I don't know. I don't remember if that's the set he's doing. But there's that. I'm looking for the Iverson. I don't know if it's in this box or not.
Quit avoiding the question, Dave.
Well, it's an easy answer.
Every card in creation.
Created, the same if it was created, and I don't know if it was. That's the one thing I've sort of always prefaced with it, is that Zumaya Johnson dual logo man from 06 Ultimate. If that's not the one I have seen, is the 06 Topps Chrome Super Auto of Josh Johnson, which I know would cost a bunch, but at some point in time, it needs to come home.
Fine, Dave. I'll send you my freaking copy. Hold on. Jesus, if you'd stop badgering me. Damn.
Now, if we talk about like Brodeur, it'd be in the same vein, the Z Gold.
Yep.
Which again, I've seen that, and I've seen the run, not the run for the cup, the Star Quest Gold.
Yep.
Or the Atomic. What is it? The Mirror Image Atomic to 25 with
That's
Jose
a good one.
Soto.
Yeah, the Mirror Image
So
Atomic's a good one.
those three are basically 1A, 1B, and 1C right now. So I know that's a lot more than one card, but with somebody that has 18,833,671 player collections, you didn't expect to get one card answer, did you?
I appreciate that the number has steadily increased. Now we're past 18 million. So that's good. I like it.
Mason, I can answer that without even stating bidding on. It's a card I didn't even bother to bid on, and it was years ago, and that was the PMG Green. And you have to go way back.
I basically would be in the same boat just because it's been years, but once upon a time I did see the Z Gold on eBay, but it's been like a decade.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I was like, I would love to have taken a run at it back then, but it's like maybe I should have picked it up 10 years ago or thereabouts. Might have had a reasonable shot at it. What would today be like? Oh, that's a bargain. Yeah, now it is.
Yep.
I wish, and it'll be the same card as Steve. I wish I would have bought the Kerry Collins PMG green off Beckett buy sell trade back in what 99 2000 for $60. That's one that I haven't seen it since, and that's for the Collins collection. That's basically, I mean, there's other stuff I'm missing, but that would fill all the top Mount Rushmore of the 95 through 97, since after that he pretty much he was in stuff, he was in out of stuff. It wasn't anything substantial like his first few years where he was in everything.
That's basically the benefit of hindsight in retrospect. A lot of the stuff, like I can see some of the stuff in the comments too, a lot of it becomes hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's one of those things like, that's why I think it's kind of funny, because Matt kind of touched on it a little bit and you guys were touching on it a little bit. It's always very dangerous to do the hindsight thing. Because even when Matt mentioned like the selling thing, it's one of the things that's beneficial about collector amnesia is that, look, if I'm selling a card and I'm making my profit, move on.
Yeah.
Because you're hopefully doing it for a reason. You're hopefully not doing it out of necessity because you happen to have to. If that's the case, that's different. But if you have a decision and you can make it, well, then just do what you need to do. And then go buy something else, or maybe buy something else that then goes up. Do whatever you're going to do, but there's no point in relitigating the past, because if the prices keep going up, well, then what are you going to complain about? I tend to regret things more that I didn't do more than things that I've done. That tends to be the other way. It's I didn't bid on the Z Gold when it was cheaper 10 years ago, as opposed to, well, I sold the car too early. Yeah, that happens. I've done it a bunch of times. So be it.
I would agree with that. There's a lot of things that I should have done years ago, and I didn't. And it's going to cost me.
Mm-hmm.
But, it is what it is. And tunnel vision took me out of, I guess, that sweet spot. I have that car.
Is that the I don't think it's the base card. Is that like the
That's the chrome version of the base.
Yeah, okay. I thought so. Okay.
Nope, that's the international foil.
Okay, so that is the
Okay,
international. Yeah. So that's like a foily front, kind of a shiny front? Yeah. I'm with you.
And then your favorite that you've
Pujols.
a rookie, a Hamilton.
He's the thing is, I still think there's a lot of room for those to go up, especially now. I probably will move one of my Pujols. There's a couple that I'm going to hang on to, but I may move one of them just to take advantage of the opportunity to make a couple bucks on it. I got a Bowman Best that's sitting there that it's going to be a nice one, and I'll probably send that one off to grading at some point. So it'll be fun. That's a nice one. I like that. Is that a bat card?
Yeah, SP. What is it? Game used or milestones or?
Yeah, I think I got a multiplayer bat card with him and Delgado and somebody else. I can't remember who the third. Might have been Jim Tomei. Okay. But a pretty good triple actually with the bat cards with those three guys. Pretty good, especially for the '90s.
Those are my, I think, only Pujols rookies or rookie year cards.
Dave, you got to get your hands on the MLB Showdown one. That was it's a fun card. You can still get that one pretty cheap, actually. It's a fun card. And it is technically a rookie. That's what makes it funny.
The other night
is he not in that factory set?
There's two MLB Showdown ones. There's like a pennant run, and then there's a regular version.
And then in the tops, he's update only.
Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I wish he was in the.
Wait, is it update or Tops traded?
Traded.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
But I've got, again, somewhere I've got 3 packs of the Tops traded too that I won. Must have been about a year ago, like $20.
Yeah, for 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah, those packs are probably pretty good because you got the Ichiro, right, as well. The possibilities there for either one. And you got 2 first ballot Hall of Famers there, so you're not going to complain.
Well, that and there's, I think, the chrome, or what do they call them then? The retrofractors or whatever.
Yes.
With chrome. So
I still stand by my original thesis. I said it months before it happened. Well, actually, it turned out a week before one of the things happened, but I was correct, and then it's become more correct. I said on a show with Josh from Card Ladder, I said flat out, point blank. It was great because I got to reference my own clip. The advantage of saying something is then if you can pull back the tape and say like, actually, I said this, then it's good. It's fun. I said the Topps Gold Pujols, I thought was like an opportunity for folks. It's like, look, if you can put the money together, the top Pujols, it's out of 2001.
Mm-hmm.
It is condition sensitive. It's got all that stuff going for it. And Pujols is a first ballot Hall of Fame guy. And then immediately after, like within a week or two, it set a new record for the highest price ever paid for that card. And I was like, good timing. I said it, and then I got to play back the footage on it.
And then here's where like the Leaf stuff, where it's sort of oddball.
But Dave, wait until you get to do the pro set. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be incredible. Next level, buddy. Next level. Steve knows. Pro set is like where it's at.
The pro set rainbows are going to be, if they can incorporate wild card striping. Oh
my God. Like beyond excitement, Dave. And wait until they do the buyback product and they take my torn in half pro set card and throw it into the product. I will even sign that shit. It'll be like on a podcast, he tore that shit in half in front of everybody. It was great. Next level. Next level. Do you remember these, Dave? This was like the 4th year ultimate, and they had like these, what they call limited autograph. And I think they didn't put these in like the holder. They basically put it in a glorified top loader.
Okay.
It made me laugh because these are out of 19. Like they're super tough. So this one I won today. It came up and I was like,
Hi.
Mine.
Yeah, I've been on a, and again, it's not because there hasn't been anything popping up, but a colder streak with Brodeur.
That's okay though. The thing is, I joked about it. I joked about it on the podcast, but I said it now for Dave. That doesn't qualify because he collects everybody in creation. That's different. That's a different problem. But I said it kind of sort of tongue in cheek, but then I'm also kind of serious. I'm like, there's nothing wrong where if you can't find something you're looking at, you got some stuff you're working on, whatever, you're looking around, you're not really seeing anything that catches your eye, that strikes your fancy. There's nothing wrong with buy nothing. That's okay. That's actually not a bad thing. It's like, you know what? Maybe you're being a little discerning. Maybe maybe you're focusing your attention. And then maybe if the thing that you really have your heart set on shows up, maybe you saved a couple of bucks and you have it ready to go for if that thing shows up. I saw that thing. It's out of 19. It's just one of the ultimate cards. It's still playing days. It's all the pieces. It's an autograph card. I like it. I wouldn't have even bothered except I knew it was out of 19. I was like, okay, well, that's actually is a limited autograph from that era. And I remember those. And I thought, that's kind of a cool card. I kind of would like to add that to my collection. But otherwise, I'd be like, if the next couple months go by, I know the incoming mail is going to slow down. I know it will.
Mike, let me know.
But that's okay. That's fine. There's no crime in that. And I actually think it would be good if more people would actually take that idea where just because something's out there, they don't need to buy it. Oh, but it's a great deal. But do you want it? If the answer is yes, then fine, go for it. But if it's just, it's kind of cheap. It's like, but do you want it? Well, not really. So then you're spending money just because it's there in front of your face? What if there's something cool that you want shows up? Well, then you got to pour more money into it or sell something. That kind of sucks.
You need it, Mike? Let me know. It's yours.
I want to say I saw him. He had already picked up the penny.
Okay.
I think.
That was a cool card, the laundry tag thing. That was a cool card. The whole booklet thing that was annoying. Do you have a holder for it, Dave?
Not yet. It came in the...
Yeah, it came in like that gigantic thing. Yeah, exactly.
It's a nice doorstop.
You can use it to kill someone if you want.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
You know, Steve. You know.
I got you. I got your back.
Listen, the man needs if he's gonna buy the rest of the brodeurs, he needs a couple of kidneys, allegedly. Having a blunt object to take care of some business, allegedly, might be helpful.
And then a couple of guys that I think there's one guy that's on Hobby Insider. I purchased some stuff off him last August too, and he has the Padman gold medallion. I was trying to get that.
Okay.
Before that other one came up, Super Bowl Sunday. There's a Pacific to like 45 out of the various years. I think 2000, 2001. And I think there's one or two other ones that he had. I'm like, well, let me know what you want. And I mean, I didn't want to pester him. So it's like once every 2.5, 3 weeks, I'd be like, hey, you think of a price or you come up with a price yet? And finally he's like, I think I'm just going to put these away for now. And then on one of the Facebook groups, I see him like, well, I've got some brodeurs to somebody else. I'm like, does my American money that goes to your American PayPal not good enough? I mean,
Well, I think Dave, to be fair, like I'm not gonna let anybody off the hook because there's no reason to do it. But I will say that there are a lot of folks that are super flaky about their collecting stuff, like super flaky. I enjoy it absolutely, but which thing in particular, the video? Like there was a lot there. Can you be more specific, sir? Could you be a smidge more specific? It would really help me out.
reference.
Yeah, like I need some references here. That would be really good. But no, I was gonna say that there are some folks that are like super flaky. Like they'll say one thing in one venue and then like flip flop in another because like the mood suddenly flipped off for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got up the wrong side of the bed in the morning and now suddenly it's a different direction on the same thing. Like I was gonna send you the link, but I saw somebody on Facebook was selling off some of their WA cards, but it was like a whole collection of WA shields. You want 6,500 per? Yeah, you saw that? I was like, there's no point in me even sending this to Dave. It's like, it was a ridiculous collection.
Yo.
Like it was an amazing collection. Like the picture was okay. But yeah, it was like 6,500 US or best offer. It's like, yeah, or best offer. Go on.
Somebody has on eBay too a bunch of brodeur shields. Out in I think New Jersey, which makes sense, obviously, but yeah, I'm just like, oh, even at I think the top one is about 28 to 3,500, and it goes down to about I think 1,400, 1,500. And I'm like, I'd love to have one, but thankfully nothing fits in that time frame.
Right.
So I can just say, you know what, the money's gonna go somewhere else. If people ever decide to sell and stop being so finicky with, I only want to trade for a Patrick Waugh Artifacts card. Okay. That leaves like 3 of them in the world that I can probably get in that like wheelhouse.
Well,
like,
that's kind of the thing, though. I feel like when I hear that, it's almost like them saying, like, I really don't want to sell this or trade it. Really?
100%.
Like, if you blow me over, reel it back from user, yes, exactly. But does it ever get reeled back? But anyway, but the thing is that some of them are like, yeah, if you blow me over with this ridiculous deal that's like so one-sided, that's ridiculous, it's like, yeah, I'll make the deal. So it's like, okay, then that's basically saying you don't really want to do a deal. You're just kind of like putting the card out there to show people and be like, hey, I got this thing. Because it was like that thing. I feel like there is something there, like the Waugh Shield guy. There is like a scenario where he probably would make the deal. Like he's basically saying 6,500 US or best offer. Like, but he's got like dozens of them, like dozens. So it's like, so you value that collection pretty high, huh?
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay. Yeah. And you'll see that though. You'll see like somebody will be like, yeah, if you offer me like this ridiculous deal, yeah, I'll take it. Sure.
But everybody would be in that same boat too. It's not like
Correct.
it's getting frustrating on there to see how much of that 90-91 product people have, and they legit think they have 52 Topps baseball, 33 Gully. I mean, it's just like, look what I found, high number upper deck. I'm like, again, it's not a $10,000 box, no matter what angle you look at it from. One eye open, both eyes open, no eyes open. You're not sitting in a Gordie Howe rookie card if somebody offered that to you. And if they did, please give them my number. I will do as much deals with them as possible.
You really want the Gordie Howe rookie card? If you've seen it, it's kind of ugly.
Just to have in the collection.
I get it. I get it.
So, in other words, are you saying you wouldn't take that deal, Carlos?
It would really have to be a good deal because that card really is an ugly card. Like aesthetically, it's a very hideous card. There's a bunch of really good Gordie Howes from that early part of his career. Like I said, I have the 54 Topps because I just thought that was an iconic card. Like I thought it was a really good card. It has that aesthetic. There's a bunch of other Parkhurst cards that I think are really good, even early ones. Like there's some other really good ones. But that 51 is like, oh my God. It's an iconic card. Just because, but it's like you're acknowledging the presence of the iconic card as opposed to like looking at it. Like it'll be iconic, but you'll never want to look at it again. Is that a Benny Namakos? Okay, so that's the gold out of 50. It's a cool card.
Yeah. And for $5, I was looking through the Goldie Trial for 03. I've been looking more at those Topps pristine ones.
Yeah.
I think I picked up a Roenick the other night for like $11. I'm like, that's
the gold
cheap.
one?
The 33.
Yeah, the 33. Yep.
And then that, which is
I like some of the prisms they came out with. I think that's cool. And with the jersey card coloring, it actually looks pretty sweet.
And thankfully, it was in a lot. And again, no number. I don't know who was out of Target, Walmart, Goodwill, or whatever. Mm-hmm. But again, it was in a lot. Just said Martin Bruder lot, and I got it for $5. So
that's the best though. When you can see like lot, and the card is like saying one of those Soto golds. I bought in a one Soto lot that it was spinning smack dab in the middle of the picture, and I was like, I will take that. It's like, isn't that the gold vert? Yes, it is. Sucker.
Alrighty, Dave.
So that was our topic. I was happy with that. Got to introduce Eric to folks if they didn't know him by now, which if you didn't, I don't know.
You got to have not one but two oracles on the screen simultaneously.
I know. It was
almost too much.
I was nervous that my phone was just going to melt.
Understandable.
Exactly.
Go take it there.
He says you're number one.
I've been told I'm number one several times. Several different ways too.
Fair.
So again,
if I had $1 for every time I've seen that, I would be in mega yacht money.
So would I.
Either shown that wonderful sign, or you're an asshole or a dick or whatever. It's like
no. If I had $1 for all of that, I'd be literally just here with like a Mr. T chains. I'd just be hanging here. It's like I wouldn't even say anything. It's like nothing to say.
You need to get like the rocket, like some sort of rocket encrusted with rubies and diamonds and canary yellow diamonds could have like the fire area.
Interesting. All right. I like where we're going with this. I'll save it for the next time I'm on, but I have a special mug that if I'm on again with Cryptogriff, he will appreciate. I did get it in the mail this week, and I'm like, he would appreciate this.
And I'm still thinking about that shirt. I got to go back and find it. I got to buy it. I've got another one that I want to get for my birthday, but it's a very offensive to several groups of people. Without swearing, it's just a picture of somebody on a head and like four 4 letters that are popular on the back of a bumper sticker.
I see.
And it has to do with a 80s television show, which who sang the song? Was it the Beatles, maybe? I don't know. I know what's them.
You're getting distracted, Dave.
Life Goes On. That's the song. Obadi, Obada, Life Goes On.
Mm-hmm.
One of the main characters. So if everybody who's still watching doesn't know, go look that up. It's a wonderful shirt.
We believe you, Dave.
If there's a nationalist here, I'll wear it to it. Thank everybody for joining in. Thank you to Eric for jumping on earlier. Matt and Ed in the middle. Carlos in the middle, staying on to the end. Go check out his channel if you haven't. Again, if you're watching this, it's basically the tour de force. We all go support each other. So, because I'm Carlos. So, Steve, Carlos, there is his own trading card. One day it will be on a 91 Fleer, a Provision.
I just need Tops to like buy them. That would do the job. If they do that, I think we're on our way. I got a small stack of those. They'll make the rounds at some point.
It's not going to be like a meet and talking about it every 10 seconds.
No, nothing I do is like a meet. That's like my personal policy. Nothing I do in life is like a meet. On a related note, in a couple of weeks, we'll plan it out, guys. In a couple of weeks, my plan is to do the simulcast. I will just like show up here, hang out for a while, pop off, show up on his because he asked, so I'll come on and I'll just pop back on. And maybe I'll troll while I'm on his podcast. I'll troll in the chat. I'll be like, Paul, just tell me what's happening so I know what to troll here. I can throw random shit in there, but it'd be more funny if you just tell me what I need to troll. It's like, are you trolling them on their podcast while being? Yes, I am. Because I roll like that.
Which is what we're used to.
Correct. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Nothing has changed.
We wouldn't have it any other way, Carlos.
I try to bring the interactivity to this, Steve. I'm trying to bring the interactivity to this. There's ways that you can make this work. I think there are ways to do this.
I think he's trying to set himself up for something, Dave. Not sure what.
Not Carlos.
Yeah.
Would I have an ulterior motive, Steve?
Yes.
Not the face of a devious individual?
No.
It's like you, sir, speak a truth, but that doesn't change anything.
Much love. You know this.
That's why I like to phrase it that way. You, sir, speak truth.
Be polite and then have the backhand.
Half the fun is doing it that way, Dave. Half the fun is doing it that way.
I know that from the grocery store. If somebody starts getting lippy, if you can't
You give them the backhand. You slap them a little bit.
I want to punch half the people through the back of their skull.
Want to and do are two different things, Dave.
I know, allegedly. If you hear my name on the world news tonight, then the Insert Revolution
podcast hosting Steve is like, so Dave is a little indisposed. 5 to 10. He'll be back at some point, but 5 to 10.
He might be back in a year or two for good behavior on Tuesday nights, but
might be,
maybe not. Allegedly.
Go for it, Dave.
So, with that being said, if any of the grading questions weren't answered tonight, put them down in the comments below. Feel free to PM any one of us. I'll say anybody in the chat or in the panel tonight. We'll try to answer them the best we can. Again, it's a hot topic, and will continue to be. But with that, remember, collecting the cards, that's absolutely amazing. Building up the friendships in this hobby, that's what it really should be about. Good night, everyone.